Hello.
Hi, and good
Hello, hello,
evening.
hello.
We are now
Hello.
we're live once again on another Monday with another session of Ghosts of Saltmarsh. I hope everybody is doing well this evening. I know it was a bit of a long weekend, as some may be aware, but well worth it. But yeah, so we're here with this session. Just quick reminder, like what we were doing over the weekend is the last Saturday into yesterday on Sunday was our 24-hour charity stream for Extra Life, which is a charity that benefits children's hospitals both in North America as well as or just all of North America, including the U.S. and Canada. Uh, and that was a lot of fun. We raised like just over $1,300, which is really good considering our goal was 3,500. Got a bunch of our gifts given away. We've still got a couple. We'll still be letting the donation run for I think about a week or so. Jones, is that the plan?
Oh no, we're gonna let it go continuously until we reach our goals.
We're okay. So never mind. We're just gonna let it run until we get $3,500 donated, meaning that the gaming mouse and the gaming keyboard will get given away once we do hit those goals, which are a little. I think 2,000 is the mouse, and then 3,000 is the keyboard. So make sure that y'all are keeping an eye
2,000
out.
and 3,500. Sorry.
2,000. Oh, the 3,500. So right at the very end is when the keyboard goes. Okay. So that's when those go out. Make sure you're entering to the giveaway on, and of course, think at the very least, consider opening your hearts and your wallets to Extra Life as it is for a good cause. Help those kids. They need it. It'll be doing them good. So that'll be running. You just go down. If you scroll down in the description of our channel, you should see the donate button. You'll be able to click there. It'll take you straight to the website. Nice, fast, and streamlined. But with that out of the way, unless anybody else has any other announcements, we'll get into this session. Also, I know there's some music going in the background, so everybody let me know. Y'all in the chat, let me know if that is too loud. I will tweak it as we go, as needs must. But anywho, I'll take silence as consent that we don't have anything else to say. So, let's see. Our adventurers these last few weeks have been on a mission set to them by one Aubric Drallion, who's a disgraced merchant who lives out of Saltmarsh. He had lost the vast majority of his wealth quite some years ago, about 15 to be exact, when the ship transporting all of his wealth as well as its escort ships went missing at sea. Quite recently, he had come across rumors of its location and was able to acquire our good pals, this fine squad. I was about to call you guys a trio. There is four of you though, who've been doing some good deeds for the town as a whole, with of course a hefty price tag in there for their services in this thing of 10,000 gold pieces. So quite a jump from the last payout they got. But they set off on the Soul of Winter, which he had also hired to take them to their destination. After a few days of pretty uneventful travel, a little bit of boisterous times in getting to know some of the dwarves aboard the ship, they arrived at the wreck that was left of the Emperor of the Waves, moving to board it and begin the investigation, searching for the chest that Drellian had sent them to find. They quickly discovered that it was inhabited by spiders and the like, and at some point cultists who worshipped Loth. They ran into the last of these cultists, a half-orc druid or some kind of spellcaster, who gave them a bit of a fight, as well as the majority of the spiders that were left aboard. Battered and bloodied, they proceeded with their mission, especially after hearing from their dwarven companions who were supposed to pick them up in a rowboat, take them back to the main ship, that pirates had arrived and were circling the waters. So, moving a bit more quickly, they cheesed kind of the last couple of foes aboard the ship. Were a couple of ghasts that were all the way in the bottom of the hold of the ship. They were able to kill them, get a hold of this chest just in time for them to be set upon by some tentacled beast from the depths. smashing and battering away at the Emperor of the Waves as they moved to remove the box. There were some tense moments as everybody was getting smacked around, taking a little bit of damage as they made their way up. Very much so when Jakob lost consciousness on the stairs, but some heroics from some of our individuals hauling him up the stairs to where he could be healed by Bart and gotten the rest of the way out of danger. They were able to get the chest off the ship right before it sank below the waves and back on board the Soul of Winter, where they were informed by the captain that they better hope that whatever's in that chest was worth it, because they're not sure that they can outrun those pirates. And they were also confirmed for them that this is a vessel from the Sea Princes, a conglomeration or a confederation of pirates who have formed their own nation and have been terrorizing Keeland for quite some time. They ended the last session with seeing 3 figures on the bow of the ship who appeared quite fearsome. A tall, golden-haired elf, a short, dark-haired halfling, and a burlap-cloaked figure who gave off vague glowing from underneath his underneath all the cloth. So, gentlemen, you're aboard the ship, and y'all are moving at all speed. Y'all have somewhere around 900 to 1,000 feet between yourselves and this vessel. Currently, you can't quite tell whether you're gaining distance or losing distance on them. And that is your situation. Captain is sitting there kind of rubbing his hands over his head, just looking back at the ship. That's a ship for catching those like ours.
It does seem like we're in a mighty big predicament. They catch us, what's going to happen to us?
I imagine there'll be a bit of a fight. Me and mine have no intention of just going quietly. They'll want to rob us, and perhaps enslave those who survive.
All right.
You understand? Many, many pirate ships that are here on these waters pay homage to the Sea Princes. Lots of them. They'll do jobs for them, they'll gather things they want, they'll sell their booty to them. Not quite so many are marked as theirs.
Right. All right.
Those are their personal enforcers or collectors.
At this rate, how long until they catch us?
It depends. We are not without all hope. It will come down to a bit of a contest between our Sea Witch and theirs. I almost guarantee they have one. Oh goodness, I lost her name. I'm so sorry. But that's all we can really hope for, unfortunately, is if we can outrun them through magics. Good gracious. I'm sorry.
Does the ship have any defensive mechanisms?
Aside from fighting them off, it's about the best we've got. If fitting full-size ballista on board would be more detrimental than helpful. It would slow us pretty mightily. If we kept them in, if you keep them in the front, if you only have one, you either have to place it in the front or the back. You need to have at least 2.
Can we do to
heavy
help?
bastards. And ship's not quite big enough for it.
Yeah, how can we help?
Any of you happen to know any weather magic? Or the like? Influence the wind, the sea perhaps?
Right now, I can heal one of your buddies if they get hurt. That's really the extent of what I got. I'm pretty tapped. We had quite a few fights on that ship.
Yeah, I almost made it. Didn't make it off that ship.
Well then, for now, I would say get what rest you can.
All right.
Just looks
Best
over
of
his
luck,
shoulder and then just calls out, "Scamera!" And up on the bow of the ship, you see a female dwarf come meandering her way up, meandering her way across the deck. Dark brown hair just pulled back into several braids and then into a tail, and simple cloth working boots, the like. She has a staff that looks like it was carved out of driftwood. And, yes. I can't tell you for sure. I can't sense much. I can't feel much in the way of magic from this far away. Of course, I will do what I can, but
Once
I
they,
can make no
if
guarantees.
they get close enough for a bow shot, or in range of a bow, please come and get us, and we'll try to distract them.
I can try that, sure. I can't imagine that they'll be being too rambunctious until they can catch up, but they'll be trying to stay almost directly behind us to prevent us from getting any, oh good gracious,
Right.
volume of fire headed their way. But sure, get below deck, get what rest you can, get a meal in you. I will have somebody come down and get you when it gets fishy.
All right. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate it.
Gloob is gonna look at his quiver of bolts. I know you don't have any armaments or defenses for the ship itself, but do you have crossbow bolts of any sort? Are you hauling anything? Is your men maybe?
We have our own supplies, yes. Our men's arms and armor. If you are in need of some more bolts, just let someone know that you are welcome to access the armory. Armory is a strong word for it, but it's got what we have,
Any little bit helps. Okay.
of course.
Thank you.
He just leans in and is talking to Scamera, who you can only assume is his sea witch, who he mentioned. He's just stroking his beard as they talk back and forth.
All right.
We'll follow these guys down to, I guess, the mess hall so we can sit and talk before we end up laying down.
Does it seem like we'll have enough time for a short rest if we go below deck, or does it seem like we'll only have like 5 or 10 minutes to get like a quick belly full, and then the shit's gonna hit the fan?
It like he said, like they're a decent ways back. And they don't currently, like I said, the whole time y'all were up there, you couldn't quite gauge whether they were gaining on you or not. And y'all have you have strong wind in your sails.
Okay.
From what you could tell, and presumably that would be the work of Scamera, unless you think to ask. But they're just keeping an eye out. They don't seem to be gaining on you quite yet.
Just
right.
a location question.
Sure.
We're out in the middle of
Correct.
the ocean right now.
There's
There's no
nothing.
landmass.
No,
Okay.
There's nothing.
All right. I thought so.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
So go down to the mess hall,
Sure.
eat and strategize for a moment before we lay down.
Absolutely. Familiar face down there. Happy to serve you up. Seems to be a bit stressed himself. So,
Yeah, who freaking wouldn't be?
I see you all made it back.
Yeah.
Barely.
For as much good as that might do us.
He just is giving you all an up and down like. Looks like whatever was on board there gave you a bit of hell.
Little bit.
You all have a seat. I'll grab you some of what we were having for lunch.
Wonderful. Do you have the chef feet by chance? No? Okay.
He just kind of furrows his brows. I'm not quite sure what you mean, but
Well,
I
Groovy's
am a
got the
chef.
feet right there.
Is that a yes to the short rest, by the way, before I start editing shit?
If y'all would like to take a
TBD.
short rest, y'all would definitely have time for it, from what you know.
Oh,
what you can
right.
tell.
Yeah, I'll do that. Very
Okay.
much so.
Or y'all would have time to begin it. I will make no guarantees.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to adjust anything on D&D Beyond until we finish
Yeah.
it. Then,
Okay.
That's wise. So y'all are having a sat down and strategizing. Probably just a few minutes later, he brings you guys out some bowls of pretty familiar. Looks like some stew, nice, thick, hearty. A couple of chunks of bread and some. Hands y'all around some tankards of water. Unless you want something a little stronger, you have earned it. Just not too much now. Just pointing over at the keg where y'all had seen the crew filling up from during the voyage when they were doing a little bit of carousing in the evening.
Julian's gonna be sitting at a table just a few steps away from where everyone else is, setting out some glazed clay figurines, nothing fancy. And when he asks if we wanted something stronger, he's just gonna be like,
We need clear heads.
Very
For
true.
once,
Just something
actually,
to take the edge off if you want. Not
your character's a
encouraging you
cleric,
to
right?
be drunk in battle. What?
Your character's a cleric, like, not just class-wise, but like...
Yeah.
Yeah, these are religious figurines.
Yeah.
Gods of the sea and such. It's praying time, yo.
for once, I'm gonna have to decline.
Very well.
Agreed.
Do I see my daughter at all?
You do. She's been around ever since you it kind of with the same what's the word I'm looking for, consistency that she normally is, just kind of floating off, pretty ephemeral, but she's there.
Well, she's pretty upset. Seeing me in my current state, kind of got a sense the way that I'm shaken up that something went wrong.
Yeah. I will say you can definitely tell that she is upset. However, it's vague as always. Like her features aren't clear. It's always very like the suggestions of a face, the suggestions of kind of a downturned, mouth, and kind of her head is cast a little bit down. You can see like shoulders sagging and the such.
I know, sweetheart. I needed to get that chest. But for you. That's it.
You see your move. Like, of course, as usual, no verbiage, slight movement. You could see. Looks like you're pretty sure she's acknowledging your words.
Yeah, I'm gonna be smoking pretty heavily on a pipe. Just
Did y'all do anything with the chest out of curiosity, or did you just leave it up on deck?
probably take it below deck someplace. At least out of direct line of sight.
Yeah, one of our rooms or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's got magic locks on it. I detected arboration through the...
Yeah, you did, and especially like if you examined it at all now, like there's the lock itself. If anybody wants to roll an Arcana check, I just want to see if I can give you a quick extent upon some further examination.
1 + 1, 2.
Well, it's a
It's
natural
still
one,
a natural one.
so it looks like a box. From using your own magic, there's magic on it. You can't quite fucking tell now, though. You're like, I'll take my earlier readings for
There's
pretty,
a good
pretty
chance
gospel.
it'll disintegrate you if you fiddle with that lock, so I wouldn't try it. No telling Kappa Magic's on there.
I rolled
Okay.
a fat 9 on my Arcana check.
You do slightly better with him. There is magic on this chest. You're pretty damn sure. Like, you see runes and stuff, and you're like, those look like they're magical in nature, all right.
I recognized a few from those spell books that I've
Yeah,
got.
you're like,
Not that I know what they
I
say.
don't know what that fucking means, but they
See?
match.
It's in this book.
They
It's
match.
right here. It's right there.
There's magic here. Has to be.
See, I told you guys that hoarding these spell books would be good for us.
So
So y'all know anything more about these pirates? Like, any more extra details? Mainly looking towards Jacob and Julian.
Yeah, like from fishing in the area, what have I got?
From on the Sea Princess in general, or this ship?
I mean, either or. I initially was intending the Sea Princes in general, but if I got anything
If
on
y'all
this
both
particular
want to give
ship-
me a quick history roll.
Can I also give a history roll?
You could. Your knowledge will be more vague just from the fact that you're much further inland.
Oh wait, I'm a halfling. I can. I just rolled another one, by the way.
Ooh.
You're starting
But-
the night off strong, Ken.
a
Hey,
19
but
modified.
now it's a 3. So
3?
Hey,
Sixteen.
Was that a 19 I heard? Cody.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, and Jakob?
I got a 7. Apparently, my time with the militia did not learn anything.
Okay, well, okay. So we're gonna go from lowest to highest. Bart,
6.
you know they exist. Basically. You're like you have heard of the Sea Princes. You've had like some travelers told tales of them raiding and pillaging along the coast, especially fiercely while Keeland was still being very expansionist until recently. They were kind of able to just run riot, do whatever they want, and they did. So you knew they were quite the terror for coast living folk, but you and your village were so far inland that you never really saw any of them yourself.
Right.
Jakob. Seaton is quite the city. It didn't see much of the raiding, and you've been there basically most of your life. And by the time you joined the militia was around the time when Keeland was turning its interests back inwards and kind of starting to protect itself in these coastal villages. And that's when the Sea Princes were kind of forced to back off on a lot of their raiding. They weren't nearly as prevalent. They weren't nearly as just like constant. So it was another one of those when you were out on patrols and stuff, and you would talk to some people who are from the villages or perhaps on the road, and they would regale you with tales of horror from various and sundry pirate vessels just making land and just raising hell all along the coast. Bringing us to Julian with a much higher roll. Julian,
It's my wheelhouse, all right?
Yeah, which it makes sense. It makes sense, actually, the order of how much knowledge each of you have. Like, it goes up as it makes sense. Julian, you are kind of, by necessity, much more familiar with the Sea Princes as a concept. You were probably sitting there kind of nodding your head as the captain was explaining that a lot of random pirates do pay homage to the Sea Princes. They will do business with them. They treat their ports as safe, kind of like Tortuga. Like that's where they go to get rowdy and have a good time without being under threat of being arrested and executed and stuff. Like that's where they know they can go, and they do regularly, and they pay the prices they need to have for that privilege, and it's well worth it, because the Sea Princes reign more or less supreme out in their neck of the ocean. These vessels, you've seen pirates, and you've seen pirates being hung for being associated with the Sea Princes, and you've seen pirates who were hung for being on Sea Prince marked vessels like this one. Like the captain said, these vessels that are marked as belonging with their insignia and the like, and the signature of like dark hull and such on, are basically their private navy. Like it's not huge, but they are their collectors. They are their hitmen. Like they go out, they get shit done for a reason, not necessarily just raiding and pillaging. And generally speaking, when these guys have been captured and are hung, you know, they'll sit there and read off their list of crimes, and it goes on for a while.
From what I know, y'all should be praying too.
Eyes closed. I got my figurines. I'm focused.
Sounds like they catch up. I don't think there's going to be much negotiating.
These aren't pirates. These are problem solvers for the princes.
Well,
So what's our plan? We can't just sit here, let them catch up and try. We're all beat to hell. You guys are tapped.
Rest and ready yourself then.
It just can't be sleep and wait till they get here. There's got to be something else.
I think at the very least, once they get in range of bow shot, we should start attempting to fire at their what was the sea wizard, sea witch? Try to get his attention away from giving them speed so we can get away.
If we can identify them, she couldn't even see them when we were atop deck. And I don't know about you, but they're a lot further away right now, and they'd have to get a lot closer for me to be any sort of effective. And I guarantee you, I'm probably a better damn shot than most people on this boat.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. My guess is it's probably the dude in the cloak. I don't know. Not the stereotype magical folk, but I mean, Julian wears a cloak. He does tentacle stuff.
I got one ability that might help us at least talk to him, but it'll be for a short amount of time, and we'd have to make a awfully good case in that amount of time. And it's a long shot, but it's one that could be worth taking if we negotiate something worth their while. But I don't really know enough about these folk to see if that's going to be something that's even possible doing.
I'd rather not find out.
They are here for a reason. This ship isn't random. That's not what they do.
Well,
And if they want that chest, I'm not giving that up.
If it comes down to the wire, I'm going below.
that chest is only worth 10,000 gold.
That
I
chest
mean-
is a chance for me to hold my daughter again. I'm
You can
not
get
giving that up
10,000
yet.
gold somewhere else.
Yeah,
Not if we get back there and that ring's available and she sells that ring. If it's one of a kind, that
However,
we
The
can steal
point
the damn
is-
ring. You'll be dead otherwise.
they may take the chest and want us to.
Right.
That's the risk. If it was just the chest, I'd hand it to them myself.
Well, we got to think things through. You said they're here to be problem solvers. Why would they be out here in this specific location? If they're here for us on purpose, then obviously they know about the chest. So either they're here to double cross us from shithead back in town, or the information that he got was maybe a plant from this guy, from these pirates or something like that, to say, hey, he'll get somebody out here to come get it for us, and then we can just take it.
I mean, it could also, it's just floating out in the middle of the ocean. It could just be happenstance that multiple eyes got on it.
Maybe.
Regardless, that's not our immediate problem. Our immediate problem is
The solution's about the same for us in any case.
I'll
Well,
just say, the stories I heard of these, even if we give them what they want, there's a good chance they're just going to kill us anyways. They don't seem the law-abiding citizens.
Or worse than kill. You like chains?
Not in most senses.
I'm not being a slave.
Me either.
I'm gonna turn around and go back to praying.
Well,
We can make a choice.
I mean,
We can find out if they're actually after the chests and its total or more from this ship. Put it on a boat, a rowboat. They will catch it and whoever's on it.
right?
But it'll make them divert their course. And at
Well,
this
yeah.
point, they'd have to choose between that and a boat full of lives. And yeah,
It's either that or try to zigzag with some arrows and try to catch a few sails. Maybe we can slow them down a little bit, but we got the disadvantage of the wind's behind us, so their arrows will probably carry farther.
yeah. I don't think this is a fight we're winning.
Might be able to have some oil. I don't know how many shots you'd be able to take with that, Gloob. If you light some of your arrows up, you might be able to catch their sails.
Well, I know the captain said his dwarves were okay in a fight, but I don't think they're okay enough to stop what sounds like high-class pirates from taking the ship when that's their profession.
Like I said, if they get close enough, I'm hitting them from below.
I'm sorry,
Bet.
quick note. I don't know if any of you recall. This was noted to be not a small ship, but a good chunk smaller than the vessel y'all are currently on.
I remember.
There's likely to be a smaller crew, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't want us to get there and y'all be like, wait, this boat is so much smaller than ours. I would have acted differently.
Oh, easy peasy.
Just wanted to, I
Easy
just
clap.
didn't want that to be a surprise.
Easier to sink. Let's go.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, if they are coming up behind us fast, that might negate the differentiation of wind. So we might be able to get some arrows if they're going, lickety split back into their sails. If they're flaming, they catch fire. That can give us the edge we need.
I think I like Julian's idea. If Jakob, you give me that ring back, me and Julian can make our way to their ship. Hopefully while it's still further away. I don't want to wait last minute for this, but you and I can go over there. If we sneak into the water from the front of this boat, wait, and then grab onto it as it's going by, we have a chance of maybe getting some oil on the side of it and just lighting it up.
Will you be able to catch back up with the boat with the deck wizard?
No.
No, that's why I'm waiting if they try and board.
Okay.
That's not a plan for the chase. It's for when we've lost the chase.
Okay, so that's the our last ditch effort then. Okay. I agree with Bart. I think the oil, at least to start with, might not be such a bad idea.
How much oil do you have on you?
I wasn't planning on using oil. Not that you can't.
Oh, I was talking about to make flaming arrows. Unfortunately, I only have this one flask.
I don't have any.
I might actually have some. Let me check real quick.
I'm sure the ship's got a stock of oil.
I do not have any.
They can spare some time in the dark if it means they're still breathing and not in chains, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Might be able to use some lard from the chef too, or something.
But if we're going to go off the back of this boat, then I feel like we should probably make sure that this other boat ain't going to be catching back up to us.
Yeah.
Now, I got a last-ditch ability I can use that might give us a couple of seconds on the deck without too much fighting. We can get all the oil we can and start a big bonfire on that ship and just hop back off in the water, or maybe steal one of their dinghies. We might have a chance of getting some distance from them.
Be aware, they also have a witch. That fire might not last more than a moment.
Well, if we split up and we start lighting a trail of oil across the whole deck, it might take a while for them to get out, especially if we get it on their riggings and ropes and whatever. I don't know, you tell me. Boats like that generally have treated ropes to not get set on fire.
I haven't ever heard of that, but I'm not the fish person. Fish or shark.
I'm just concerned about doing anything where they can see. That's why I'm going from below.
DM, what time of day is it right now?
Let's see. Y'all came upon the Emperor of the Waves a little after noon, if I recall correctly. At this point, with the time spent and the bit of time that has passed since y'all reboarded the Soul of Winter, y'all are coming on somewhere around probably a little after 3.
All right. Okay. So let's get things lined up. So you hold tight. They get too close, we're gonna try flaming arrows on them, try and catch some sails, and if they get a little bit too closer than that, then we have our folks board, try to light some fires, keep them off. Here's my only question though, is I mean, if you guys don't stop that ship, and I mean, I got a ring as well, so it's not like y'all going to be going by yourselves. I don't know about you, Yaku. If there might be some other way we can get you swimming better, but we'd have to stop that ship pretty damn good to have a chance of getting picked back up, or we're just going to be the only ones on that ship with all the pirates.
How many days of sailing out were we again?
About 4.
We'll
How long
definitely
would that be
starve to
back
death.
on a rowboat?
We'll
Significantly
starve to death
longer.
before we make it back.
Something like that. I don't know if y'all have it. It depends on how much food you guys have on you.
Nah, you won't starve.
He can fish, yeah.
But the water would be the problem.
Yeah.
You would die
Yeah,
of thirst.
I can't create water.
I can purify water though.
Oh, dope.
Okay,
I
so
have a water skin.
So we could be on it. Well, even if we could survive for that amount of rowing all the way back to Saltmarsh, and that's still going to mean we get caught. It's not going to take them 4 days to get their ship back in order to come right back after us, and then they'll just see our ass rowing out in the water and come pluck us up.
And we are also assuming that this is the only boat. There might be others in the area waiting to catch us if we get away from this one.
Let's
One
worry about the
problem-
problems we got now.
Well, I'm saying if we take one of their rowboats and we row off, we're done if another boat come by.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let's not mention anything about Swahaga and any other type kind of terrors out in the ocean if we're just a few jackasses out in a rowboat. Well, that is an option.
If I breach their hull, it won't be an issue.
Well, yeah, can you breach their hull? Is that something you can do easily?
Easily, no. Like I said, this is if it comes down to the wire.
I don't think it's probably going to come down to much else. But, well, I mean, let's not be mysterious or laying everything bare here. What's your
If
plan?
we give them the chest and fuck off, and they'll go with that, why not?
Yeah, I don't care about this damn chest. We got paid up front as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
I understand you want to get that ring, but there's plenty of other ways to make money.
I'm just gonna say I almost died for that chest. To so easily give it up is a little concerning.
The wrath of the pirate kings.
Princes, my bad.
are as bad as any tentacle beast of the deep.
Essentially interchangeable titles.
I got my point across.
Well, I might be able to smooth talk him, but I think that's a pretty good long shot. We got plenty to offer, and if we give it to them, there's nothing really stopping them from taking everything else. So I don't understand why they would want to negotiate in those terms unless we got something we could
That's
hold.
my concern.
We could hold some sort of bluff to try and say, you know, well, if we do this with this chest, we can try to toss it over, threaten to toss it overboard or something like that, or we can try to tell them that you know these papers that are inside are only good. Back in Saltmarsh with I forgot his name.
Alien.
Dralian, yeah. From Dralian and try to negotiate something along those lines, but that's not really going to matter at all if Dralian is the one sending them out there to come, you know, save him 10,000 gold.
Now, we could also line up a couple barrels.
Barrels of what?
They'd just be empty. We don't have anything to put in them, but we could tell them that they're full of, you know, explosive materials, and that's what we're hauling. So we're not too keen to throw it overboard, and that's why we haven't. But if they keep chasing us, that we will, and we'll detonate them with flaming arrows.
The captain said that they didn't carry defensive measures because it would be too heavy.
But I'm sure they have some barrels on board.
Well, no, I'm going on a different thought process here. Do you think if there's enough to get rid of, if we just start chucking shit overboard to make us fast enough to get away? I don't know boats like that, but if we make ourselves light enough, maybe.
That's not something I could rightly answer.
I shall roll a boat person check.
A boat person check.
Sure. Roll a boat check.
That is a 14.
I mean, it's not a very hard check. That's how ballast works. If you get rid of weight, you will go faster. But from what you understand, you don't know if this boat has much to give up.
Right.
Outside of food, repair supplies, and arms and armor. This was a pretty specific trip, so they were actually already pretty light.
Gotcha.
You'd have to ask the captain, but I'm not sure this boat has anything left to drop.
Right.
We need to go check their armory and see what's armory and see what's available to us at the end of the day. Because if they only have another 20 crossbow bolts or something like that, I'm not going to sit there and waste trying to shoot flaming arrows from a distance. But if they got 100 or so, maybe that's something I can try. But even then, we'll have to let them catch up by a significant margin.
Right.
That plan was more of if they catch up.
I don't think it's an if. That's written.
If they want us, they'll catch us.
And I think they've made it clear that they're not just hanging out.
Right. I don't think we're going to keep this up for 4 days in any case.
Yeah. We'll be lucky if we get an hour.
Hell, I mean, we could even ask the captain and if a few dwarves want to come with us on our excursion. Take a couple of rowboats down there at the same time we go underwater and try to just light that son of a bitch up. That's a last ditch effort, but it could be worth some weight. You get 6 or so people on there lighting oil up in every which way direction, and I can make the people on board just kind of chill out for a second. It might work.
DM, how many rowboats does the ship have? Just the one?
There's 2.
2? What if... Alright. What if we put stuff in the rowboats? Looks like we're giving some sort of offering, right? Alright, it's more oil, flammable shit. Like, would throw some shiny shit in there to make it look like something that's worth it. I hear white flag. I read about white flags in the one pirate boat. We put a couple of white flags in the rowboats and we just like lower them into the water. Me, Julian, and maybe a couple of doors. Maybe you guys just sort of grab onto the sides of the rowboat in the water, but try to stay hidden. What time did you say it was?
It's not.
during the
It's
day?
currently like just a little after 3 o'clock. As you guys are
Okay.
talking, just kind of slowly moving through that hour.
But like make it seem like an offering, but it's really just an offering of whoop ass. Hopefully.
Right.
I don't think I'll be able to stay in that water for too long.
You still got my ring.
Oh, I thought I'd give it back to you. Well, that is a possibility. Let's check that armory real quick.
Can we go on an armory trip while still maintaining our short rest?
Yeah, this is not a
Okay.
particularly stressful venture.
Says you.
You're going down some stairs and walking in a straight line. You're good. Vermig takes you down there. And
Alright.
he's like, oh, yeah, of course. Whatever you guys can do, everybody on the crew would greatly appreciate it. He takes y'all down there to that smaller room at the end of the hold that you remember seeing, Gloob. That had a shut door.
Mm.
Vermig went and fetched what appeared to be like a small ring of keys and brought it back down and led y'all down there. Unlocks it and lets y'all behold what is inside. And looking inside, the captain wasn't kidding. It's pretty modest, but well stocked. You see a number of spears. In the form of ranged weaponry, you see almost exclusively crossbows. Don't appear to be too many archers on this vessel. A couple of the not big, but a couple of like the smaller casks of bolts. If you estimated, you'd say there's probably all told about 100. Just packed in there tight. Spears, some hammers. You think you spot like at least a great axe in there. Shields abound, and sets and sets of leather / studded leather armor.
You said we were guided here by someone, right?
Yeah, Vermig, the cook.
Okay. Is there any flammable oil, any extra flammable oil on board?
I mean, we have what's lobby? We have some good gravy.
Well, gravy.
Oil for the lamps, but not much beyond that. Tar. We have tar. That burns
think
pretty good.
We'll probably need both.
Tar. How much tar y'all got?
He just points a thumb over his shoulder at like where a lot of the other like repair tools and stuff are. And Gloob, you'll remember seeing this barrel, but one like decently sized barrel that has a top on it, and you can see like black tar staining the rim and like the top of it. About that much.
Oh. Should probably get that up on deck, just in case.
Can either of you guys light fire from a distance? And if so, how far away?
Maybe with a bow. Nothing magical.
Okay.
I can do it from 10 feet away.
That's too close.
Indeed it is.
I only have a torch, or I have 5 torches and javelins that I could throw. I could light and throw.
Throw torches like javelins.
It's like shot put them hoes.
Yeah.
um,
I think our best bet's going to be to get that tar up on deck and then start dipping arrows and shit, lighting them on fire and sending it their way when they're close enough. If we can do enough damage to them, maybe it'll dissuade them, but...
Can't sail without sails, I guess.
That is true. I figure I'll be next to the two of you, Julian and Gloob. And I'll hold the torch up for you so you can dip and go, basically.
Right.
Vermig. Yeah, Vermig. How
Yeah.
important is that tar?
It's not more important than our lives.
Oh, that's good. Because we'll
It's-
probably be needing
It's for ship repair, but assuming we don't run into anything too nasty, we could do without it.
All right.
Can you ask a couple of men to take this and the crossbow bolts up top?
I can try to take the tar up with one of y'all. Oh, I guess that'll probably. Never mind.
That'd be
Never mind.
strenuous activity.
Yeah, never mind.
I can take the suggestion along. I imagine it won't be long till everybody will be armoring up.
right. Well, probably want to get the tar up there. Any extra oil we got? Hell, even take some of the lanterns up there if you want. Just pop the tops off of them and start dipping some bolts with cloth on it.
We'll see. Keep in mind, probably won't want to keep it right on the deck. If we can light it, they can blow it up.
Think
Well,
they'll open fire on us?
If they wanted to, if we opened fire on them.
Where would a safe place for the barrel be? One of the upper cabins, if there are any on this ship.
I'll make sure it gets put somewhere safe. Probably at the bottom of the stair heading up on deck.
That being the case, I am gonna go, and I want to cut like a 10-inch strip of cloth out of the sheets on whatever bedding we've got, and I want to wrap up 10 of my arrows with oil-soaked cloth around the head.
Oil or
just
tar,
behind
so,
it.
or oil or tar.
I don't know how it's being stored.
Tar's in a big barrel.
And are you close by, Julian?
I mean, I was there when we were having this conversation, but
The oil is very quick drying.
well, there you go. I will have dip the little strips in tar, wrap them up.
Sure. That's not particularly hard, so I won't say it interrupts your short rest. I'd say, yeah, you're able to do so. Definitely once you do it, the arrows feel a lot more top heavy.
Yeah.
After doing so. Tar, unlike oil, won't just dry up that fast, but it is significantly heavier, but it also burns hotter and for longer.
Yep.
I would say you know that having worked on boats and worked with tar.
Actually, out of the yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Easily
Could
enough.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was gonna ask if I could help you though. If I help Julian with this, could we instead wrap them? That would work. Never mind. Not with a crossbow. I was seeing if maybe we could, so they still had like decent balance, wrap these strips down the middle of the bolt itself.
That would be not that I mean I wouldn't say you couldn't do it, it'd be a bit of a gamble both with the bow and the crossbow.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
definitely with the crossbow, you'd be exposing the entirety of your crossbow, not to
Yeah.
mention the string to the fire, but you're still drawing your bow across the shaft as well. So, and it's right there on top of your hand. So,
Right. That makes sense.
Hmm. Well. Hmm.
We need to tell them to go ahead and start prepping these up.
Yeah.
All of these crossbow bolts should be ready to light something on fire because I mean I'll keep these on my side for actual killing, but all these 100 need to be ready to be shot at something solid. If we could stop them, that's the ideal situation.
Right.
Can I also take the sheets off of my bed, wrap 10 of my javelins, and dip them in tar?
you can. Sure.
All right.
Similar situation. Balance definitely a lot more front loaded. You don't think it'll fly nearly as well.
I don't know if you want to give us this info now, but mechanically,
Sure.
what does that mean for us?
I'm kind of trying to decide on that in my head.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna say I don't want to give y'all too much math. I would like to say that it cuts your effective range down. I'm just trying to decide by how much.
You just want to cut it in half.
That's what I was thinking. That seems like a lot though.
Yeah, that'd make the javelins only throwable to 60 feet.
Yeah. Let's see. Christopher, what is the range on your javelins? Like the first range increment?
30.
30. I'll say it goes down to 20 before you're throwing at disadvantage.
Okay.
What are the range increments on the light crossbow and the longbow? I think longbow is 150 for your first one, right?
Light crossbow's 8320.
8320. So we're basically going to say it's cutting a third off. So
Same for short bow.
yeah. So if you
I'm
have a
150 and 600.
so it's cutting it's dropping you down to 100 feet before it's at disadvantage. Is what that'll do, and whatever is about a third of 80 will come off. So you're looking at somewhere in the 60 to like 55 foot range, 55 to 60 foot range, I believe, is how that math comes out before you're firing at disadvantage.
Well, it says 53 feet, so I guess 50 feet.
There you go. We'll round up 55 feet.
Okay.
Because it's the majority to 55, so that's where we'll go. So 55 feet, 120 with your tar soaked arrows is the effective first range increment. All
Sounds
right.
good.
All right.
All right. Well. So we're gonna cowboy up and go out there and attack us some pirates.
When the time comes.
I'm going to place all 9 figurines back in the case
Sure.
and head back up top, I guess.
Okay.
Relax as much as I can on the deck while keeping an eye on that ship.
Yeah. You all make it up top. I'll say all the like eating and talking and the prep that you guys have done more or less took about an hour. So you all go ahead and gain the benefits of your short rest kind of as you're heading up to the top deck if y'all want to do that real quick.
Before Gloop heads up to the top deck to finish out this short rest, he'll go into his room and open Melvin's cage and just leave it open and leave the door somewhat propped open.
He's kind of squawks at you a few expletives and some phrases that you have taught him, but currently is just kind of hanging out, like kind of hops down like off of his little perch and is kind of like poking his head out the door like, when you don't do anything after you open his cage. But that's about it for initially.
Good bird. I'll just walk out the room.
Okay.
I'll leave the door somewhat propped open.
Sure.
All right.
All right. So everybody's taking their short rest.
Yep.
So
And so the plan is, are we going to try and get any arrows onto their sails once they start closing a little bit tighter distance? Or are we going to go for an all or nothing approach on the dinghies?
I'll shoot if they get close enough. If they start to board, I'm going below.
Right. That's understandable.
I like the burning arrows.
Okay.
okay.
Ian, just so I can. Oh, go ahead.
Those burning arrows, I mean, even with the rate that we're traveling, they're going to be awfully close. So if we're going to do this, we're going to have to be prepped for hitting them with burning arrows and then immediately jumping on the boats and trying to get on because they'll be a couple of 100 feet away, right?
I guess we'll get 2, maybe 3 shots off. Good ones.
Here's the other thing that worries me a bit, right? Um, Maybe if we start launching flaming arrows, they might start making sure to get all of their anti-fire stuff ready, and that might help them out a little bit when we start setting their deck ablaze.
I mean, it's gonna be real hard for them to put out sails if they catch. They catch.
Well, I mean, boats usually got spare sails,
That takes time to put up.
right? But it also takes time to pick up a pack of jackasses that decide they want to do go on a near foolish suicide mission. So,
I mean, if we light the sails before anybody jumps off, then we shouldn't have to worry about that.
right? Well, yeah, I mean, if we can get a couple of clean shots on sails and they go all the way through, that'll be good. Um, but if they do got spellcasters, I don't imagine they're going to let the whole sail, burn through. So it's going to be a matter of how good of shots we can get in that short amount of time.
That's true.
Ian, just as a kind
Sir.
of a general point of reference,
Sure.
what kind of boat is this one chasing us up? Like a schooner, would you say, or?
I'd say a little bigger than that.
Pontoon.
Oh yeah, it's a pontoon boat. It's a party boat. It's a fucking. See
Those
lights
three
flashing.
people were the entire crew.
So I would say that the ship y'all are currently on would qualify as a large sloop, maybe even a small galleon. I'm not super familiar with ship denotions.
Sloop be pretty small.
Yeah, sloop. So I'd say probably like a small galleon. There's a crew of 30 plus dwarves on this boat. Usually they haul cargo a lot of the time and run whatever jobs. This ship is smaller than that, but not so small that it's like it still has 3 masts.
So it's bigger than a schooner. They're probably the sloop and we're the galleon.
Right. That it looks like. Let me double check. Actually, hold on. I'm sorry. So y'all are on y'all are supposed to be on a 3-masted ship, and this is like a very large. Theirs is like a very large 2-masted ship.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So it's like y'all are a good chunk bigger, but y'all are also a lot heavier.
What would happen? What would happen if we just like dropped anchor, let them hit us in a much bigger ship? Like wait for them to get real close and just have them try to. They might be able to dodge it, but if they don't, might do a significant amount of damage. Maybe to both ships, but like this boat's built like a dwarf, right? should be good.
This
That
boat is very
sounds
thick. It's a sturdy
sounds
boy.
really dangerous. That's something you probably want to ask the captain.
Question, Ian. Sorry
Yes,
for
sir.
asking so many like
No, you're
structural
good. Oh,
questions.
this
Um,
is very reasonable.
If like what is the height difference? Like, are they going to be able to like board us with planks, or is it going to be like grappling hooks type of deal?
I mean, getting a plank across two moving vessels is a bit of a challenge. Anyway, uh, it does appear to be shorter. Not so much so that it would be like this. It'd probably be more of one of these, like something like that,
Well, I know like they're going
as
to use
as an
grappling hooks
incline.
if they were going to do planks, I think. And this is vague memory. I think they did something like grappling hooks to pull them kind of even, and then toss a plank to move across.
Right.
I can't remember.
They
That's just
they
what
they could cross between your ships with planks.
Okay, so it is high enough, but
Yeah,
so
like I
it's
said,
not-
this is a smaller ship. It's not that much smaller.
Okay, I guess to summarize the question, would they be having to board us vertically or horizontally?
They could do either.
Okay.
Both options are viable for them.
Bet. Okay.
We also need to get ourselves some grappling hooks if we can get access to them to try and. We don't want everyone trying to get up on one rope ladder on this other ship. We want to be able to get as many of us and whatever other crazy dwarves will want to come with us all on that deck at the same time if we can help it.
Did we see any of those in the armory? Any grappling hooks?
Not within the armory itself, but y'all do recall that the on the rowboat that took y'all to the Emperor of the Waves, those dwarves had grappling hooks and they were used multiple times, so there are grappling hooks on this ship.
Well, I was just saying we'll probably going to want to use a lot of them so that people can go up their own individual hooks, you know?
Yeah. Sake of brevity, if they have one to spare, Glue will absolutely put one on his belt.
Yeah, I would definitely say you can ask Rumig, and he would direct you over to like a separate area where it's kind of like they would have quite a few, not like a bajillion, but they have a solid number. Like y'all could definitely grab a couple grappling hooks.
I was looking for exactly a bajillion, so it's unfortunately.
That is too bad. You'll be left wanting today, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
How big of the deck of the ship would you say is the one that we're going up against? If we had the like.
I don't think y'all could really get an accurate count from how far away y'all been for about how big it is. I can give y'all. I'll say like the ship that y'all are on is like 10, 15, 20. Oh, for the love of money. The ship y'all are currently on is a little over 100 feet long.
Okay.
So you'd say that ship may be around 100, maybe a little less. If you were just gonna have to go for like definitely smaller, but you can't be exact. Something like that.
I can get people off our back, but it's going to only be about 3 foot wide of an area. So we're going to have to be concentrated in one spot and get our deeds done rather quickly.
In the last hour, what percentage of the distance did the pirate ship close?
Y'all still haven't been back up on deck yet.
Oh, I thought we said this because you said we got a short rest as we were heading up.
Right. Some people started doing some stuff before they made it up on the deck. So y'all so I'm waiting for y'all to wrap up and be on deck. So if that's where y'all want to be, y'all can discover
Julian's
that.
on deck as soon as he got his arrows and shit.
Yeah, y'all can discover that right about now. So as you're wrapping up your short rest and y'all's discussions and stuff, y'all go up there. And you know there are definitely still some crew members tending to all the sails and making sure the rigging and everything is keeping all right. But there's a lot of attention like on the back portion of the ship. A lot of people just kind of standing and looking. If y'all make your way up onto that hind area where the steering wheel, where the wheel is at,
Beeline. Let's go.
Yeah, you beeline on up there. There's a bunch of people. And there's muttering and like I'm like, what? What the hell are they doing? I don't know. I don't know. And the captain and his sea witch are both just clutching the banister at the back. And as y'all kind of crest up, the pirate ship does not appear to have closed any distance at all.
Motherfucker. Well, I'll see y'all fellas about 7 more hours.
Well, since that's the case, you can grab that good old creepy ass coin. Cast Flock of Familiars. 1 fish, 2 ospreys.
Sure.
And I'm going to have the ospreys take a closer look while the fish makes sure nothing weird's going on below.
How far out can your flock of familiars go?
They can go anywhere. I
Okay.
can only see through their eyes up to 100 feet, but they can go out, scout, and come back with a description.
Sure. Which all ones go?
The 2 ospreys go. The fish stays beneath.
Okay.
I'll have 1 osprey getting a little bit closer, 1 staying at kind of a higher up bird's eye view.
Wait, can you control all them both them birds? You can control them with your mind or magic?
I mean, I speak to them, but yes.
Okay.
How much can they carry?
Actually, I looked that up last time. 35 pounds.
35. I don't think. I think Wizards rules
Yeah,
are a little bit skewed on that.
Yeah.
You just see Ospreys just taking off with like
child.
a 4-year-old kid.
Okay. So you're sending 2 ospreys back?
Yeah, 1 close, 1 high, and then a fish below.
Define high.
I mean, probably several hundred feet up.
Several hundred. Okay. So it won't be getting quite nearly as good of a view, but sure.
No, that one's not getting a close view. The one that's getting in, like land on the mast kind of view is going to be the one getting close, and then the one higher up is just to keep an eye on distance and movement pattern and all that stuff.
Sure.
Make sure there's no other boats behind them, that kind of thing.
Right.
No, I just mean to say, Julian, if you can have, well, hell, I mean, if you can have them birds carry some tar and just tell them to go sit on the masthead or whatever, and just set both their sails on fire from the top down, that could be a game changer.
Hadn't thought of that.
Well, it's worth a shot. Unless we just want to hang around and see how long their generosity seems to last.
Yeah, I have a bucket that we can fill with some tar and send it their way.
For hell, all I care if it'll work, put a match in their mouth and soak them to dang things.
Are you suggesting you soak them in tar?
No, that was a joke.
Oh, okay. I was about to say they wouldn't be able to fly. What was that, Julian?
Would you allow us to do that? Have one like drop like tar rags on one of the sails and then
You can certainly try.
You can certainly try.
I will not deny you the attempt.
I look over at Bart.
Sure.
All right, how do you want to do this?
So as I said, this will slow down the osprey though. It will fly slower.
Well,
They got a fast ass fly speed, so.
how long can you do this trick for? Are these real birds, or I don't even know what you're doing. I just noticed you did it a couple of times on our way over here.
They're creatures of the sea. Got it for about an hour-ish, give or take.
All right, well,
They're fey, so.
we need to come up with a mechanism where the wind won't put out what type of fire we put on them long enough for these birds to get all the way over there and set some fires.
I mean, if we put it in a bucket, the bucket does have a lip. It's just how long will it be able to stay in that bucket before burning it?
I don't think a bird.
You're thinking about this the wrong way. One bird, tar. One bird, fire.
Well, how well can you control them, right?
Simple instructions. Directly if they're close, but not that far.
So could you make one of them set? I mean, if you got one with like some tar or like maybe 2 tar rags to slop over the top of both the sails and then another one to light them, because that in the wheelhouse of what you can do.
I think so.
Yeah, we could just give the other one like a torch, a lit torch.
Shit, it's worth a shot. Hell. We better do it now before it gets dark and it starts being an easier thing to see. I don't think anyone's going to be missing a bird carrying a torch in the middle of the night.
That is true.
All right.
Recon turned to sabotage.
While they're having this conversation, Blue has nothing to contribute. He'll walk up to a window and like, what do you think they're waiting for?
Yeah. Oh, I wish I knew.
Well, what's on the other side of us? I mean,
We're headed
We're
towards Saltmarsh. Headed towards the mainland.
That's good.
I don't know.
You reckon they get so? Oh, well, I'm probably still talking to.
Doesn't make any sense. They should have caught up with us by now. Scamera is good. Theirs seems to be just as good. And they're smaller.
Right.
He's
I would
just
have called my. Oh, go ahead.
just returns to sitting there staring at, muttering under his breath and stroking his beard.
Just let me know whenever my birds get back.
We'll get back. Hey, so you're sending them out?
Are we doing the rag and torch method?
That's what
Gentlemen?
y'all are wanting to do.
Gentlemen,
Well, I mean, I guess it really depends on how much they can carry. I mean, if we could give them, if they could carry a small flask of oil to just pour over them sails and then get it nice and lit, because if they can pour it or just slosh it around for it, and it'd be enough to get over a big area of the sails. I think area is better than consistency, if that makes any sense. Because if you can put a big hole in it quick and they can put it out to give us enough time to get away from them, that's the biggest thing.
So, according to a quick search on ospreys, they can carry about 5 pounds and remain air and get lift.
That's awesome, because I was just getting ready to say I did a generic search for hawks, and it said 4 pounds, so I'll take that extra pound.
Yeah, ospreys can lift, according to Google, 4 to 5 pounds and still be able to get airborne.
I'll take that extra pound.
That is on the high end. That means they'll be probably a good bit slower.
These are beefy, fey ospreys.
Sure. 4 to 5 pounds.
what
So-
if they? I mean, you said you can give them simple instructions. If we send them super high from the deck of the ship, just straight up, and then get very high above them, and then come top down, that would probably be better, right? Rather than these guys seeing the fucking bird with a goddamn torch flying towards it.
Well, I think that's going to also be an issue of how well these birds can calculate distance and how fast an object's moving and when they should descend versus how fast they can fly to make a proper trajectory to meet up with the mast at the right time. Because if that ship's going faster than they can fly and they miss their opportunity, well, they're just shit out of luck.
I don't know what any of that meant, but
I respect that.
It's like, Gandalf vibes. I dig it.
I feel that in my heart. I'm like, yes, I am also stupid.
Well, I mean, do we want to wait? Do we want to do this now? They haven't gained any distance. Do we want to wait until we notice them gaining on us, or do we think it's too late? Like,
It from what y'all say about these pirate princes, the only reason for them to be keeping pace like this is they got another ship ahead of us, and we need to take care of the ones herding us into a trap while we still can. That's my reckoning. I don't know what y'all think, Captain.
Okay. Huh? Oh.
You reckon they got another ship that they're flushing us towards between here and Saltmarsh?
I can send my bird to check ahead. I can do this a couple times a day.
I mean, they could.
Can you send it 2 days ahead of us?
It can travel out up to an hour.
So that's a big old no.
There's no reason for them to have a ship that far ahead. There's no
Alright.
reason for them to have a ship that wasn't already in front of us by now. It's been an hour of sailing.
Right.
If they followed us here enough, if they were going to place a ship somewhere, then they knew we came from Saltmarsh, and that's where we would go.
Right.
I feel like we would have run into it already, but I can't be certain.
how
well,
close do ships like these get to Saltmarsh?
Recently? Not nearly as much.
How
These
close are they?
especially.
1 day out, 2 days out.
Maybe. Depends. If they get news of a juicy catch, or if somebody's cheated them, they'll make sure it happens, and they'll make sure it's known.
When he says that about somebody's cheated them, I'm gonna look directly at Bart.
I'm gonna look at him and try to see if he's cheated the fucking sea princess. Can I get an insight check on that?
Sure. Roll an insight check.
Okay.
Bart's like, oh,
Like-
he wouldn't do that.
That's very fucking specific of you to say. I think I get +0. It's a natural 10.
Natural 10. Hell yeah.
It's very middle of the road of you, Alex.
+1, 11.
11.
oh,
I mean, from like you're not able to read him very well. He seems to just be talking.
Be like, I'll
Like-
be looking at Bart and say,
Be crazy if some successful merchant crossed the Sea Princes at some point, and they want it back.
Captain, you got some way we can talk with these folks, like hand signals they might be able to see or anything like that?
I could send the bird with a note.
Hell, that'll work.
It's a generic flag signaling equipment, but mostly that's friendly, or traitor, or the like. Nothing very complex.
Bart, could you compose a note, please?
Sure, I'll compose a letter. Dearest pirates, you're making us quite nervous. What would you like from us that you follow at such an unsavory distance?
Bart, in my book, pirates didn't like being called pirates. You might want to restart the note.
Well, they call themselves
dirty
the
criminals.
Pirate Princes, so...
They call themselves the Sea Princes, do they not?
oh, yeah, I'm
This
bad.
is
Oh.
the
Ignore that.
holding
Out of,
the
out of character.
Yeah.
Non-canon.
sea princes who are in possession of the holdings of the sea princes is their
Gotcha.
territory.
Dearest sea princes, why is it that you follow us at such an unsavory distance? This bird is instructed to give us your reply. If anyone has wronged you and you would like restitution against them, please inform us, and we would be happy to oblige.
Man, this plan's all over the place. This is awesome.
This went from
Committing war
Combat to-
crimes.
went from combat to bird-based artillery to passing notes back and forth like third
P.S.
grade.
Please do not kill this bird. It is one of our favorites.
I'm just gonna say I think it's very funny that Chris thinks there's war crimes here. That those exist. Like he's like, yes, the ye olde Geneva Convention.
Yeah.
They've definitely established one of those.
No, I mean like real life, like dropping white phosphorus on people.
I don't think tar
got
is
white
quite the
phosphorus?
same as white
No.
phosphorus, Christopher.
It definitely is.
Oh yeah, that's that alchemist fire +1.
Yeah. Hey, DM.
Yes, sir.
Right. We've talked about our pirate book before, but as far as how detailed it got, do you think Gloob has ever heard of anything like parlaying with pirates?
I mean, it was like a pirate adventure book, right?
Right.
I would say, yeah, there was definitely parlaying in a pirate adventure book.
Use the word parlay.
Captain just turns around. What?
What?
All right.
Parsley?
I'd rather not let them get that close. This note can be a parlay stand-in, if you will.
Or just use the word, because then they know we know what we're talking about.
Kind of side-eye Bart.
That's I'm not even gonna reroll it. That's another natural one. Bart knows nothing about boats. So what's the
This-
parlay?
You've been a landlocked landlubber your whole life, Bart. You spent all your time in the fields.
Add this line. Please consider this note our gesture of parlay. There you go, Glue.
Parlay you very much.
Parsley?
I'll look
I'm looking over and I'm
question.
like-
okay.
Oh,
It's like, is this a verb or noun? I don't even know it.
It's a peaceable meeting between hostile or potentially hostile parties.
All right. Sounds like a board game.
The captain just keeps looking at you guys like, I
Get
don't-
one of the ospreys to come over and whip out some twine and be like, all right.
Yeah, I'll start doing the tight roll of the piece of paper and kind of smiling. And don't worry, I've been doing this for. I just give him a wink.
Why are you licking the end of it, Bart?
Bert. Who's Bert?
Bart!
All of a sudden, behind you, Bart, an evil twin just
That's Bort.
apparates. Oh yeah, that's right. We determined it was Bort.
God's over here
is the
making
dark
fun of
twin.
my accent. Who is Bert?
What are those?
Did I have my daughter back?
Looks at little froggy.
No. Hey, you got your boots of a kind on. You got your little boots of a kind. Yeah, can you just hear? No.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Well,
Oh man, so you send off your osprey? Is it just like beelining for him?
Yeah, I'll just have it.
it's got an hour, so get your ass
It's-
over there.
It's 900 feet and it's moving towards something that's moving towards it. It won't take that long.
Yeah, it moves like pretty quick.
It's not trying to stealth or anything weird, is it?
No, it's gonna go find the whichever pirate, one of the three. I'll have it. The instructions are one of the three impressive pirates that were on the
Sure.
boat
So
yesterday.
the
Just
elf
kinda
or
like-
the halfling or the burlap cloaked figure.
I figured probably the easiest is just have it like land next to the wheel. Like, hey, here you go.
hold
This will
out
get
like
to who it needs to get to go to, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's see here.
Just stabs it with the
Yeah,
dagger.
He's sitting there looking at the spyglass, and he's just like, pulls
Yeah,
off a direct
let's see.
stab and starts reading like shit.
I mean,
Yeah.
Tosses Bert over his shoulder.
Man, it's not trying to.
I'll know if it's dead because I won't have a connection to it anymore. But
Okay, 17.
Oh, cool. They can actually share their visual or auditory senses while they're within 1 mile. I got the 100 feet part wrong.
Oh wow. Okay, so
Yeah.
you could be in the eyes of this thing as you go.
I am.
Okay, so you're in the eyes. So as you're flying towards it and you get closer and closer and closer, have it roll a perception check for me.
Thank God it's got advantage. That was a 3.
Oh wow, Falca Familiar is baller as hell.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That will be a dirty 20.
30-20? Okay.
Nice.
It's not hard. So as it closes to within 200 feet, getting a little closer, creeping in and to farther, it's looking down and it notes 1, 2, 3, 4 figures on different parts of the boat, like one all the way up in the crow's nest, one on either side, and one kind of sitting at the forefront. That all are just sitting there, just peering around, and 3 of them all just lock. And
Like
for
some hive mind shit?
no, just like they just kind of all start, like not like all at once, but just kind of like very quick, like in quick succession.
Okay, that was very creepy.
Yeah,
when you
sorry,
first said it.
sorry.
God.
All right, bow. No, just in very quick succession, three of the 4 figures like are just like panning around, looking, and lock eyes on it, and you see all of them reach for arrows at about those same times and start to draw, and then relax on the string after they look at it for a second.
Good, because I was getting her to be like, if it's gotta die, it needs to die on deck.
Yeah, well, they all rolled well on their perception checks, so they did good. That was one of those things, like, if they succeed in seeing it but don't roll quite high enough, they're gonna fucking shoot it. And so your Osprey is able to continue down past them. The one that didn't notice eventually notices kind of at the last second, just kind of like goes to draw, and then somebody yells at him, or yells at him. And as you go down, I'll give you a general description.
Hold out its little talon.
Yeah, as you're flying in, you're able to see more of the crew, and it's an assortment. You see orcs, half-orcs, elves, humans, halflings, just all shapes and sizes, male and female, all like just bustling all about. Like those 4 archers you saw were a mixture of elves and humans, and everybody else just seems to. I say they're all bustling about. Most of them, however, aren't tending the mast, or they're not tending. Like it doesn't seem like they're trying to get more speed. It looks like they're doing other shit. Like you see some like coming up and down, arms and armor, just kind of some raucous laughter here and there. But they all seem very relaxed. Like
roughly how many would you say, since I can see firsthand?
Roll me one more perception check. That first one was to see if you saw the archers as you came in like 200 foot out.
Exact same, dirty 20.
Dirty 20?
Nice.
That +4 with advantage is pretty
Right.
pretty good.
Right. So through all them going up and down, you estimate there's probably somewhere around 20. Maybe a couple more, maybe a couple less.
Approximate.
Approximately 20 or so figures. You can't get details. There are people going up and down from like below deck and coming back up, and you can't quite tell which are new and which are the same ones that went down and just came back up. So somewhere in the ballpark of 20.
Cool. All right. I'm not piloting. I'm just.
Yeah, right. So and it's just so that's just kind of as it's coming down. More of the pirates just looking up and kind of noting at it, and you hear just kind of like calling out and them being basically given like negatives and stuff as it swoops down over towards the wheel and lands on the wheel, and some random pirate is acting as steersman, but swiftly approached by the tall elf, the tall golden-haired elf, who comes over and it's kind of, as he's looking at it as it sticks out its leg with the note, he's kind of a lazy kind of smile starts to feel his lips. Plucks it off. Closes it back up. Fetch my writing equipment. Quill and ink.
What is while he's writing and they're waiting on his writing supplies? What am I hearing like being said going on? Any names?
Bunch
kind
of
of thing.
random stuff mostly. You do see the halfling and the burlap cloak. I keep forgetting. I almost keep forgetting to add the burlap part almost every time. The burlap cloak figure just kind of sitting there. The halfling, in the couple minutes it takes for his writing equipment to get fetched and brought to him, doesn't speak and hardly moves the entire time. It's kind of creepy.
I say that's
Like
pleasant.
she's just standing there most of the time and stares at your bird for a while after it first gets here, not really blinking, before she just kind of shifts her attention back to the elf. He is much more light-spirited and is chatting, and he makes comments to her. Oh, well, I guess they have a bit more brains on them than I would originally thought, but credit where credit is due. Come, Cathora, do you think it's worth it? And just like directing comments at her, and it seems to be
What was
addressing
that name?
hers. Cathora. K-I.
And that was at the
At the halfling. And those are the only times you really see her give much answer at all, and none of it is verbal. Like, you see a slight twitch of her shoulders, hear like mouth twitching up at a corner there, but not much beyond that. And he just kind of continues making comments to himself and gets the paper and writes on it briefly before wrapping it back up, attaching it back to your osprey's leg, and just going, "Shoo now."
All right. Come on back. Let's go.
Fly below deck right now.
And as it flies off, you just hear a chuckle. Ah, lovely.
All right. I will stop manifesting through the bird. Kind of snap back to my own body. Is the captain still with us?
Yeah, he's standing there just staring at the boat.
As I open
Seas
my
are
eyes, I
calm.
kinda... Oh, go ahead.
As you said, seas are calm. Everybody on the boat is freaked out.
As I open my eyes with a shudder, I'll say,
Captain, does the name Cathora ring a bell?
it doesn't ring a bell with me, actually.
You can roll a knowledge history check. It's gonna be difficult.
Me as
No,
a
I do not know who
purveyor
Cathora is.
of halfling stories, I'll also attempt the history check. Maybe.
Sure, even harder for you though, my man.
You got 5% chance, is what he's
On
saying.
point tonight. That's a 7 total. Hell yeah.
Nothing. Like, you think maybe somewhere in you're like, it sounds like a halfling name, like, but that's about it. You're like,
It sounds like a halfling.
you're like that. You may have heard of a Cathora from a few villages over. That like she got like something fell on her head and she was kind of simple after that, but that's about it. Like, you're like, maybe you're not even quite sure.
Yeah,
16?
I doubt Cathora, the simple girl, is a pirate, awesome halfling person.
Right.
What's Captain say?
He right. Not any that I can think of.
Very well. Bird's on the way back with a note.
I guess that's good.
I'm eating some salted pork.
Salted
Let's
pork.
see,
Yes,
and
the
Julian-
dwarves just turn. You see one dwarf with a big old brown beard and surprisingly heavy armor, just
Julian's got
salted pork. Yeah. So it takes longer for the bird to get back than it took to get there. I'll say it's pretty unburdened, but so it is able to get back. It has to. y'all been hauling some pretty sizable ass most of this time, so it's flapping its heart out, but it makes it. Lands and presents leg. Like, here you go. Take it off and whoosh.
I will hold it to where anyone who wishes to read it with me can do so.
It
What
just
we
says,
got?
It just says get fucked. Lamau.
Let's say it's an elaborately drawn just.
Captain Ryan Johnson says that your boat's going to run out of fuel pretty soon.
Darn it, that wasn't a natural 20, otherwise that's what it would say. Just get fucked, Lamau. No, it's more along the lines of we seek no restitution and there's nothing you can do to stop us from coming, but why don't we talk come morning?
Come what?
Morning.
Oh. Well. Sure. Shit. Let's get a good night's rest. Let's also make sure to not get our throat slit in the middle of the night, I reckon.
The captain looks decidedly uneasy as he also read the note. I can't say I much fancy the idea of letting them get that close, but
Oh, hell no. We'll hop in a dinghy and just go to... Woo.
you just want to
Cool.
get that close to them by yourselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of what people like me do.
We could also.
I'm not sure what you
continue
mean, but
Bird word.
Shall we tell them we'll meet them in the morning, midway between our craft?
I don't know how easy that is, so y'all can work out the logistics, I reckon.
Glance over to the captain.
I mean, them not getting close would be preferable, but
Well, there you go.
I don't know if we can stop them if they decide otherwise.
If we agree of our own volition to meet with them midway, then you don't have to.
I think they're just gonna say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna meet with you," and they'll just catch up with us.
They could have done so already if they were going to do it aggressively. It's worth asking at the very least.
There's something else.
Bart, could you draft the letter, please?
Sure. Y'all have any different kinds of, like, flags or whatever you can raise up on your ship?
In what way do you mean?
I mean, at dawn, we'll raise this flag and slow our ship so that we can meet in the middle of them. And if you slow your pace, etc., so that you can have a peace of mind to not have them gain on you so drastically, was my reckoning.
If they agree to it, sure.
What color will be appropriate for the season? I know white's supposed to be like a surrender, so I don't want to use that one, right?
More of a peace offering. It can work as a surrender, but that'll do.
So white flag?
Sure.
All right.
Fight for peace.
Sure. All right.
Basically, communicate that in the letter.
Sure.
Yeah. Just we'll throw up a white flag at peace come dawn. We can set our ships to slow at equal distances away and meet between them on dinghies if that suits your fancy.
Sure.
And I'll, of course, dearest sea princess.
Dear sea princess,
Dear sea princess.
I have missed you these long winter nights.
How are we looking on that hour? I do have another casting if you think we're gonna need it.
I'd say you can probably get one there and back, another there and back again. You figure. And just for the sake of brevity, it flies over. Similar. Takes it, reads it, writes up a quick response, sends it back. Very, very quick response. It reads simply, our decks will do just fine. Our decks, as in.
He's just gonna catch up with us at dawn.
Our dicks
right.
do just fine.
Sure, they're like, yeah. Just, they said sword fight in the middle of the ocean. So,
Well, shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Did that surprise anyone?
nope.
Nope.
No harm, no foul. Worth asking.
captain's grumbling, but at least it's better than them just hopping aboard and starting the fighting.
Right.
That is true.
Gives us a chance at least to maybe figure out what they want.
All right.
Very well. We'll raise the flag anyway. And slow. In the morning, of course.
Yeah, in the morning.
Very well. Unless there's anything else you gentlemen would like to do tonight.
That evening, I actually was gonna talk to Bart.
If y'all would like to wrap that up real quick. If y'all want to
Sure.
go ahead and have that conversation.
Probably sometime shortly after dinner when we were either on the deck or heading back towards our little boarding room or quarters or whatever. Kind of call over to Bart.
Hey, Bart. I've got a question for you.
Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
You're a man of the gods, are you not?
Correct.
Do you know this symbol?
I'm gonna hold up that battered coin that I woke up with after my incident.
Alrighty. I will roll a knowledge religion. Hey, there's the luck where it needs to be. 21.
That's a 21 total.
21 total. No, I rolled a 21.
Oh!
Yeah, 21 total.
About to say, wow! I don't know if
He
there's
got
some
that-
weird shit where you can add a D4 or whatever,
No,
man.
you're good.
He got that 2 to 21, all right?
Right. So,
It's the halfling dice that it's just made that way. I don't know.
just be
At
like
21.
that.
It's the double crit.
Bart, you rack your brain and you rack your brain, and you feel like maybe you should know something about it. Like maybe it should be at least a little familiar, like it's familiar, but you're not sure.
I hate to tell you that, and it seems kind of familiar, but I mean, mostly I'm in kind of the business of halfling deities for the most part. I know some of the human ones, but not really so much elves or other kinds of more nasty ones, you know.
Worth a
Alright,
shot. Thank you.
that coin means something?
I think so.
Insight check.
I will just go and say, and like as part of like you're examining it, as old.
Oh, okay.
But and whatever you get at whatever he gets out of that insight check on you, Julian.
What was the check?
19.
Not lying, but definitely not telling the whole truth.
All right.
Understatement of the century, basically, is what the insight check
Right.
says.
Fair enough. Okay. Sorry,
Thank you.
couldn't help more. Yeah,
No worse than when it started, right?
sure. Maybe we'll figure it out one day.
All right.
Maybe.
Don't, with that insight check, don't necessarily seem thrilled about that either. Mixed feelings about finding out.
I will try to commit whatever symbol that was to memory for sure.
All right. All right.
All right, bedtime. Yeah.
Is there anything else anyone else would like to do before bed?
Not take my armor off before bed.
Yeah, if we're getting our shit kicked in on a schedule, then we can take our armor.
Okay, so are those who are wearing heavier armors removing their armor before bed?
No.
No, you're gonna sleep in your scale mail.
Can you sleep in medium armor without penalty?
You just can't roll. You can't. You. I won't get any more hit dice for the
Yeah.
next day.
Yeah, you won't get half your hit dice back. If Chris tries to sleep in plate, it won't go well. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that out there.
It's coming off.
Yeah, your plate's gonna need to come off. I'd basically say you'd gain a point of exhaustion. You get your health back, still, but it's not very restful. All right.
I for one am taking my armor off because I've only got 1 hit dice left.
Wise man. All
I
right.
have no hit.
Yeah, me either.
That's very brave of Kent. But
What about light armor?
light armor, I'd say light armor, you can basically see. It's more of a like, it's not super comfortable, but it's like sleeping in tight jeans. You can do it pretty, like, it's not super fun, but you still get in the full benefits of rest.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I don't know. Now I'm second guessing myself whether or not I want to sleep in armor or not.
There's
I
a
guess
cost,
I
opportunity cost.
I guess I would ask Julian how confident these folks seemed in, their situation, and I'm sure he'd explain to me that they don't really give two shits, that they could probably take the boat whenever they wanted. So them just trying to be deceitful for a night raid wouldn't be that logical, I guess, is what I'm trying to suss out.
Yeah, if they wanted us, they'd have had us already, kind of thing.
Right.
I'm guessing.
It definitely seemed like they were. It didn't seem like they were. Like there was like zero stress on that boat.
Right. All right. Well, then I'll take them at their word. And
All
get
right.
my hit dice.
Alrighty then. So. You all get your long rest.
Oh, I like that long rest button.
Yeah. Early in the dawn, though, you're all woken up by, members of the crew, and asked to get ready and to come up on deck. After doing so, you'll note every single member is on board, and everyone is armored up, and everyone is armed, even the cook. Everyone is up there.
Dual wield ladles.
They're all up there. You have people up in the crow's nest. You have people in where there are higher places. You see dwarves with crossbows and dwarves with spears and other melee instruments are kind of on either side as they watch and as they start to slow. And the pirate ship has picked up speed. Even by the time guys had gotten up there, it halved the distance between you. And it pulls up alongside you, and you see the 3 fairly familiar figures at this point of the golden-haired elf in his fancy armor and colorful accoutrement, his short, darker halfling companion, and a figure cloaked in burlap with slight lights just flickering underneath in the darkness. And that is where we will take our break.
Oh god.
So we're going to take a quick break, get some refreshments, use the restroom, all that fun stuff. But we will be right back, hopefully here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, to continue, hopefully what will be a successful negotiation or something. We'll see, see what the pirates have to say. It'll be exciting one way or the other. So fun. But yeah, don't go anywhere. Remember that we are still running our Extra Life donation. So if you're just feeling real generous, you want to help out some kids, go down there, drop a little bit of donation. Who knows? Maybe you'll win the mouse or keyboard once we hit those milestones of $2,000 and $3,500. It will be running it until we hit those numbers, so they will be going out to somebody. Make sure you get in there. It'll be a good time. But we'll be right back. Peace. And hello, everybody. Let's make sure. My desktop audio is being really janky. Alright. Hopefully everybody can hear on this one. I had to add in some stuff, so I don't know if it jacked anything up. Somebody in here talk. Let me just make sure.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay. Y'all are giving me audio, so that's good. You don't hear the music? Can y'all hear music on y'all's end? Like when you're in Tailspire.
No.
How about
I
now?
have my music turned off until it's playing.
How about now?
Now I hear it.
I can, and it's just very quiet.
I had to reapply. It's down this quiet because I was told it was really loud. It was loud for the stream. Anywho, if y'all if Wyatt, if you can yeah. It's pretty loud on my end, so I'm hoping it's not too quiet. But if y'all let me know if the stream says that it is too quiet, I'll keep adjusting it and bumping it up to make sure everybody can hear. Anywho, welcome back. We're back here, all of us here again for the actual shit this time. We our first half of the session was spent planning on a confrontation and then a sabotage mission and then a little bit of negotiation between our party and their pursuers, a pirate ship that is quite threatening, and they have been given reason to damn near shit themselves at its approach. But they've agreed to talk to them this dawn, and that is where we are now as everybody lines up on the deck. Both the crews of both ships appearing ready to just fucking throw down. And so are our party members as they arrive fully armed and armored to the deck of the ship to speak to the pirate captain. And that is where we'll be going. I will make a quick note. I know that it has been noted that it has been said that the Soul of Winter, the ship that our brave party members are aboard with all its dwarf crew, is 30 man strong. Just to keep some visual clutter down, I've reduced that to about all these little guys that are identical count as 2 crew members. And similar goes for the pirate ship. A lot of stuff's just condensed down so that we don't have as much visual clutter and we can just keep things running smooth. So, that being said, gentlemen, y'all all approach and come up on the top of the deck or on deck as this pirate ship pulls up alongside you, and both ships kind of coast to a stop in order to have stable platforms upon which for you to discuss. And immediately across from you, as you guys, the group, 4 of you, as well as the captain, kind of bunch up over there to be able to be within easy speaking distance, you see the tall, golden-haired elf and his dark brown, brightly ornamented armor in places. Off to his left, his immediate left, his diminutive halfling companion, Kithora, as y'all learned, in her darker, much more somber clothing. It's just much more chill on the whole. And to his right and a little behind, you will note, is the burlap cloaked and hunched individual, still just staying a step behind the elf captain. You still see that slight yellow flicker from underneath in those gaps. So, as y'all boats come to a stop, elf just, well, hello all of you. I'm so glad you all chose to see reason and give us a listen. Much easier this way.
Just before we get into the mix,
Yeah.
The weapon manifested as my bow, not my sword.
Sure. So you have your weapon manifested in your hand right now.
Yeah, like probably like half an hour before everything, just kind of like sitting there. It's not like drawn ready. But
Right. But you've got it out. I mean, that's fair. Most of your crew has all done the same, like the crew of your ship, and most of the crew of their ship has. You see those same archers posted up on, ends of the ship that have clear lines of sight on you guys. You see a couple of orcs with crossbows and some other individuals with ranged weaponry, and quite a few axes, swords, cudgels, some that seem to be holding 2 scimitars, just all arrayed and ready to pounce. I'll say, just from looking at these guys, it's eerily similar to observing like a group of predators.
Real quick before things maybe go south, I wanted to cast good berries.
Sure.
Keep 5 for the party. I'll keep 2 and give everybody else 1 berry in case someone goes down in combat, and I'm going to give the captain 5 to divvy out among his crew as he sees fit.
Sure. Well, thank you. Hopefully this won't be necessary. Better to be prepared.
Absolutely.
Hell finishes dressing you guys and looks around. He kind of smirks at you, Julian, seeing like your bow manifested in its weird kind of oily form. I'm Captain Farenzal the Butcher, and this is my ship, the Princess Winch. So, I'm wondering if y'all can guess why we are speaking.
What was that name one more time?
Farenzal the Butcher. Faerenzal. Farenzal.
Alright, spell butcher. I'm joking.
Yeah. Farenzal the Butcher.
I actually typoed it as Farenzal the Bitcher, so we'll see if that's
Close enough.
And what was that ship name?
The Prince's Winch. The apostrophe is after the S, considering there are multiple princes.
Noted.
His eyes are just drifting across the group of you, just kind of keeping that smirk. Like, kind of tugging a little bit at the scar tissue, the burn scar tissue that you guys can see that peeks out from underneath his eye patch. So,
I will, when he kind of makes eye contact with me and smirks, I'll just kind of nod at him like,
he just, smile gets a little bigger. So, can y'all guess why we're here today?
I'm not
I feel like
the
I
one
need to-
talking. I think, is this captain to captain or what's going on?
Which guy? Which
Is
captain?
he speaking to our captain?
He is addressing all of you. Like, he's just kind of like panning across, addressing everybody. He really, his gaze doesn't really seem to rest on the captain for more than like half a second. But he's kind of like taking a good long look at all of the 4 of you.
I would assume that you want something.
How very astute. Pirates do like having stuff, especially when it's other people's belongings.
Yep, yeah, that's where my assumption comes from.
You know,
Yep.
we did hear tell of a certain chest that was rediscovered recently. It's a whereabouts suspected anyway.
And
Quite
what
a
would
sum
be in
of
the
money.
chest?
Oh. Anything and everything worth money. And all my friends like money. And we just so happened to spot you all boarding the vessel it was supposed to be on, and it looked like I'm making it out with the chest. Funny.
So is that the game? We give you the chest, and then hopefully pirates don't do what pirates do.
Especially since your name is the Butcher.
I'm just nod emphatically at that comment, like, yeah, that's.
Oh, I had that nickname long before I started being captain in this vessel. Regardless, I wish that were the case, that it was just the chest, because this would be a very easy interaction. But I'm lying. It's much more fun this way. And he just stares at you, Julian. You know, we did hear that it was a gentleman of strange visual disposition doing some deeds over there in Saltmarsh. I must profess I'm fascinated to see you.
Well, lower my scarf, I guess.
And he just kind of looks over his shoulder at the burlap figure and says, "Get over here. Say hello."
Oh shit. Oh shit.
And the figure just shuffles. Oh goodness, I gotta click. I can't drag anything.
Oh,
Shuffles
shit.
forward to be
I'm
in
so hyped
line.
right now.
To be in line with the others, and just as it gets forward, starts to stand taller and just shed their burlap cloak. Underneath the burlap, as he, difficult to say whether it's he or not, stands tall, is a figure cloaked. I say cloaked, covered in, clothed in, there we go, in what you can only describe as rags. Barely held together by individual threads and strings as it coats its body like giant gaps and rips and tears in the clothing as it goes down its arms and its legs. Doesn't even appear to have any kind of shoes. But underneath that is mottled gray and green skin that looks perpetually slick and moist as it goes down its entire body, its arms and its legs. Its left arm ending in a hand that is slightly webbed with pointed, almost claws on one end. On its right arm, its arm ends abruptly, almost. Its regular arm ends about midway down its bicep. After that is just a long, coiling tentacle that is just writhing around, slapping over onto one side of the deck, coming over to the other side. And you get to his face, his head, its head. It's bald. No hair at all. Eyes are... there are no whites of its eyes. It's just silver, glittery, with black bars, rectangular bars, instead of regular pupils. And they dart about looking, and you see a clear, like, eyelid go across it and back up. It has no nose anymore. There's just a flat, smooth surface with a couple of couple gaps where its nasal passage is, and you get down to its mouth. It's bearing. It's hard to call them teeth, but it's rows of needle, like just bony needles, just row after row. Its mouth opened just uncomfortably wide to accommodate them, it seems like. Slightly elongated, even. As it just lets out a hissing, just kind of continues to jerk and twitch. And the source of the light that y'all saw flickering beneath its cloak is just little arcs of electricity jump across its arms, its chest, go over its head, down its legs. It just sits there and twitches and is looking, head just twitching around from person to person aboard y'all's vessel.
Do I recognize this particular specimen?
I won't say you recognize the specimen exactly, but it's subtle to everybody else. They can't really tell. But you can see very slight and very fine scarring from where its skin was clearly grafted and where that tentacle was attached, where they had to restructure its face. There's only
Probably
one man with a
staring
knife.
wordlessly.
One man with a knife that precise that you've run into in this particular field.
Probably staring wordlessly.
And as you stare, Farron's all just grin, just wide.
See him anymore. I probably forgot he existed at this point.
Ah, it's almost a family reunion. Wonderful. Oh my, oh my. He didn't. I'll say the good doctor didn't believe when he heard someone fitting the
He
description.
said the good doctor.
He did. The good doctor didn't believe.
You know the doctor.
No, maybe a strong word, but oh well. My friend here is a gift. A bit of a field test, as it were. And unfortunately, you're a big part of the reason I'm here. I can't say that he enjoys the idea that there's an escaped project out there somewhere just roaming around,
Where is he?
imperfected.
I will draw an arrow.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. He just completely unperturbed.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to be. It's kind of like some rage moment. shit.
Absolutely. I'm just letting you know. And for the rest of the group, he doesn't look concerned.
Mild metagaming. Now would be a time to maybe intervene.
Hey, man.
I'll call out to the folks. Well, I mean, if he lets that arrow loose, everybody make sure Goldilocks gets it first, just so we know we're bargaining on equal playing grounds here. We might have a fight. You're gonna die if we do.
There's just for the record of those around, there is the visible proof that Julian's approaching absolute loss of control,
Well,
and the progress is going down.
So what is it that you want?
Well, I was sent out to retrieve that chest and him.
we can make one of those happen.
Oh, I have a feeling it's not the one that I really need. Why is that?
You know, sometimes we just get put in these kinds of situations, and all we can do is wonder why. And it'll keep you up at night. But I have a feeling if you try, you won't have to wonder about anything.
Does that other experiment seem sentient or just completely bestial at this point?
The longer you look at it, the clearer it is. There's no person left in there. Maybe enough for it to respond to spoken commands, but its head is just twitching around continuously from person to person to person on that ship.
Standing near my compatriots, still making eye contact with that other experiment, I'll say,
When you kill it, make it quick. It didn't choose this.
Kill it? Why would I be doing that?
I'm not talking to you.
Hopefully this fine gentleman will be around to prove his worth for many times to come. A lot of time. Well, well. What about
One
you,
last
Captain?
time. Shut the fuck up. Where's the doctor?
Kithora, please. And the halfling next to you, just raises a hand, and I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I gotta see if I'm proficient. I can't remember. I am cool. That will be a modified 18.
Okay. You briefly feel your muscles all start to seize as it just working your way up as her magic just hits you and just works its way across your body, and you start to seize up, and your jaw clenches shut.
I
But
definitely recognize that as a spell, right?
Absolutely. But in your anger, you are able to overpower it through almost sheer force of will and work your muscles back out. A slight twitch of the halfling's eye.
I would like to yell for everyone to fire as I cast a spell on the enemy ship.
Okay.
I was about to say, like, as soon as I
Okay.
we are letting loose.
Wow.
That sounds like initiative.
That. All right.
Damn it! I was wanting to do something before that.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like I'm going to be looking into how to play barbarian.
Oh, God.
We'll see.
All right.
Man, congratulations, Dungeon Master. You have completely thrown me for a loop.
Oh yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that shit.
Not even remotely.
I thought it was going to be the doctor for a second. I was like, but what about my whole arc with Julian if I'm here to help him? Get back to Saltmarsh. Oh, well, bye, guys. I got other people to help.
Here's one thing I can do. It's fucking roll initiative. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, initiative. I never consistent 3 fights in a row.
Well,
under
let's
10.
see here. I'm gonna say that Kent, since you were the one who was calling for it, you can get your spell off as a instant surprise kind of thing.
Okay.
So what were you casting?
Well, I was thinking about casting Calm Emotions on the entire deck, but that immediately gets negated as soon as their buddies get hurt, so I am not going to do that.
Sure.
So instead, I am just going to cast a simple command on the enemy halfling, and just with the keyword throw, and the full sentence being that staff.
She does not actually have a staff.
Oh, does she not have a spellcasting focus at all?
Not that you can see.
Well, fuck it. I'm going to hit a spiritual weapon on Goldilocks.
All right, so you're wanting to cast a spiritual weapon. All right, so that would be. Let me pull up our little library here. I'm trying to remember. Jones, you remember where?
Yeah, it's in constructs.
It's in constructs.
Yeah.
Constructs. I have camping, crafting, fences.
No. Go to your people.
Oh, it's under people. That's right. All right. Let me see here. So where exactly were you wanting to put it, my man? I guess I'll drop it and just give you control of it.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
There you are. There we go. All right.
Am I still quiet, people on the stream?
Son of a bitch. There we go.
Yeah, that's exactly where I wanted it anyway.
Okay, sure. And make an attack
25 is the attack roll.
25?
I hope that hits. We're going to be really fucked if it doesn't.
Let me see here. I'll say yes.
8 points of force damage.
8 points of force damage. Okay. Alrighty. So that goes down.
So much for peace cleric.
Apparently.
I mean,
You're right. Negotiations were swift.
Yeah, they were swift as a motherfucker. I hope everyone took heart of my my pointing out that just pincushion the shit out of that dude.
I'm ready for it. I would like to ask.
Yeah.
How have we set up our car, arrows, and fire that we had planned for.
Okay, so let's see here. Let's go ahead and get y'all's initiatives, I guess.
What is my bonus to initiative? Ooh. 18.
So, all right, Nick, roll them, and I'm just gonna drop y'all into the turn order in just a second. So let me know once all y'all have rolled, because I can't see Skype right now.
I've rolled.
Okay.
I have also rolled.
I have rolled
25 to 20.
24.
24 for Gloob. So we got Gloob. 20 to 15.
18.
19.
All right, so we want Julian and then Bort. All right. 15 to 10.
11.
11. All right. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see here. All right. Sets. I had 19 for Julian.
Yes.
All right. Because I believe that's her bonus, right? Alrighty. Let's okay, let's look at the captain. Oh, son of a bitch. Come on, buddy.
Was Julian the dude with the red scarf?
Yep, he's the dude with the bow.
Bandana?
Oof. Rip to your boy. 7. We'll do roll for her. Oh, holy shit. That's she rolled really well. Wow. You were a 20. You said I know I keep asking. I'm sorry, Glib. You said 24, right?
24, yeah.
All right. Because that was a 19 natural to bring up to 21. So that's yeah, and then we also gotta do him. Ooh, shit. 19. What's your dexterity score, Cody? Or Julian?
It is 15.
15?
Yep.
Alright,
25.
just in front of your buddy. Oh, good grief. And then we're just, holy, good God. So this is gonna be y'all's crew. The two crews are just they're getting rolled for as a whole. So y'all's crew did not roll well. Yeah. That is a 6. So that's me, you. Did you. There's way too much shit going on here.
It's all good.
And then their crew. Yeah, I didn't expect it to go to shit quite that fast.
Well,
You
what
know
happens when
exactly what you did.
cast spells?
I did not expect a hold person to get immediate, overwhelming aggression.
You knew exactly what you did when you put that thing in front of me. And you said the doctor.
I did say the doctor. Am I missing okay, there we go. I was like, where did these guys go? So they're just gonna go boop.
I'm actually kind of glad it went that way because we were like one more failed wisdom save from me shooting that guy, so.
Yeah. Holy God. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put these guys here as markers. This is when that crew goes, because I'm not dragging that entire deck of people. So, apply turn order. That puts us on Gloob at the top of the initiative.
Okay. My question is, we were ready to do fire arrows. We had a barrel of tar, and we had people ready to light arrows on fire. Are one of those people close?
Braziers.
Do what?
Are one of those people close to me? And can I spend a bonus action to light my crossbow on fire?
I'll say y'all were kind of prepping for this, so y'all had some torches around, kind of like near the, oh my gosh, on like the guardrails and stuff.
Yeah.
So, I would say you can easily enough do that. Yeah.
My second question is, how do you rule called shots? And I'll let you know my plan before you make your ruling.
Sure.
This man has burn tissue under one eye. I would like to aim my burning arrow to his other eye.
Yeah. You say you got a matching pair now, buddy.
Insult ninja, I like it.
If typically, or I say typically, I think the Versa ruling is a called shot, or rules I've seen before. If you want to base your answer off of anything,
Sure.
is disadvantage and +5 to the AC.
Yeah, I'd say that's going to be about the case.
Okay.
And at this point, I will say, kind of as part of, as action was joined, oh! I almost forgot something very important. Okay, that did not make a difference. We're good. Sorry.
He has advantage on initiative.
Yeah. But as part of his drawing, there was the slim blade that you had seen on his left, and he also drew a shorter blade that was sheathed behind him, like along his back. So he is currently holding two swords, one shorter, one longer. But yeah, I think that's a solid ruling. So disadvantage with a +5 to his AC.
Okay. And I can negate that disadvantage by staying still and expending my movement.
You'd have to stay completely still. Yes.
This is gonna be so awesome if you pull it off.
If I pull it off. But yeah, no guts, no glory. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna bonus action light my arrow.
Doesn't it cost your bonus action to sharpshooter or do your steady aim?
No, it costs your movement.
It costs my movement.
I'm double checking if it's not also your bonus action.
No,
I just want to double check. Okay.
No, it is just movement.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. All right. And I will try to light his other eye out of his face.
Sure.
Effectively, hopefully blinding him. Oh, don't screw me now. All right, this is a +7. Oh, I'm nervous, dog.
Make your roll.
Yeah, I've already said I'm doing it. I'm fucking doing it. Nah, it misses.
What was the
even worry
roll?
about it.
No.
Bad roll. Bad
Okay.
roll.
You take your shot and you try to fire for his face. And even after getting bonked, he's just smiling, and his eye patched eye, his eye that is still whole, just kind of twitches over to you as you seem to take aim, and you fire, and he just leans out of the way and just whistling past.
Doesn't hit the mast, does it? Luck of the draw.
What'd you roll?
Total it was an 11.
So it's really bad, so it hits the boat, right?
It still just kind of goes flying off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's me.
All right. Now I can't remember. Can y'all see your next sign? Can y'all end your own turn? I just can't. I'm curious.
Oh, I can end my own turn, yes.
Okay.
Oh, how do you end your turn?
It says that under it when it's your turn.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Alrighty, and so that brings us actually to y'all's spellcaster. That isn't player. Where'd you go?
Dwarf coming, eh?
Yeah, you're dwarf commoner.
You can rename them. if it
Yeah,
helps.
well, screw you, Jones.
What?
10, 15,
That's something
20.
helpful.
Here's some advice. Go fuck yourself.
She's gonna take a few steps up, and having seen who's casting spells on their ship, is going to try to plumb the waters herself. Let's see. That'll hit. 13. Y'all see as this lady comes up and just kind of using her staff and just a quick little flourish around in some muttered dwarvish and thrusts as a bluish white ray streaks
Oh shit.
out of the oh god, what level is she? Oh, not quite good enough. Okay. And hits the halfling on the other ship. And the cold creeps over her shoulder, and you can see her kind of like flinch a slight bit, but still relatively still seeming to maintain a lot of that just complete deadpan. Alrighty. And honestly, that she can't really do a whole lot. She is a simple sea witch. And that's gonna.
Did you switch over to battle music?
Oh no, I didn't. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't expect things to go to shit so fast. It really. Wow, that shit. Let's get it. Let's go battle metal 1. Oh wow, that is. Yeah, fuck it. I like it. Let me know if that's too loud, everybody.
Just gotta click fly the board.
Oh yep. Yeah, god damn it. So, pew.
There it is.
There y'all like, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
It's going down for real. All right. I mean, this is this dude's personality, so let me double check something. Ooh. Okay. Oh whoa. But all right. I mean, he's not quite all the way in his square where he's supposed to be. I just want to double check that range before I do it.
He's gonna get a misty step, I presume.
Something along those lines. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so he can do a little step right in there. Except, let me see if this is the same. Yeah. Alright. So, as he's standing there, he kind of, like, still recovering as he just leans away from the crossbow bolt and looks at you, Bart, who, clearly conjured the thing that smacked him and called for everyone to open fire on him. And just smiles again before seeming to take a step forward, and as he does, vanishing as just a whirlwind of fire envelops him before appearing right next to you.
Yeah.
You, the captain, and Gloob all take 3 fire damage as he does so. As he appears, and in kind of an explosion of fire as it just washes across you.
I maintain concentration.
I kind of figured you would.
You said 3?
3
Oh, wait,
points
it's
of
not
fire damage.
concentration still anyway. I don't type them up.
Yep, you're right. And
Oh, goodness.
with his blades out, he's going to turn around and stab at you twice with his longer blade, Bart.
Alright.
Alright. And he's going to add one of those. Does a 20 hit?
It does indeed.
And that's going to be one of these. 4. for max damage. As he stabs you with his long blade, like coming in this burst of flame and immediately lunging at you with this first attack. That is gonna be 8. That's gonna be 17 points of piercing damage.
Ow. All right.
Before coming in for a second attack.
All right.
That one is going to be a 25 to hit.
That also hits.
For another 16 points of piercing damage.
Jesus. All right. Shit.
And he's just as the flames are still kind of fading, and he's just delivered 2 rapid stabs into you, Bart. He's just gonna laugh. We could have kept talking for a bit longer at least. Ending his turn, bringing us to you, Julian. Let me know if this is too loud, by the way.
Right. I am going to take a shot at their spellcaster, the one who tried to hold person me.
Sure.
And I'm going to cast Hex on her before I do so.
Alright. Go ahead and do so.
Be a 24. No, 23.
23 will hit. Roll your damage.
Oh, shit. I dropped it off my desk. That will be 15 points of damage.
Alright. Coated in its eldritch energy, kind of slamming into a shoulder, and she turns, just turning into it. A hand moves up and clutches it. And just as her head whips back over to you, you just hear a low hiss inside your head. Just like a humanoid hissing. Like a hiss of pain and anger.
Over 10, 15, 20. Yeah, that'll be as far as I can make it.
Alright.
Come on. Sorry, I'm struggling with Tailspire.
You're just running, you're booking it.
Or I'm trying to get an angle, is what I'm doing.
Sure.
So,
He's like, I would like to shoot at this man. I don't want to get anywhere near him.
it would take an action to switch back to my sword, and I don't want to accidentally shoot one of my friends with a nat 1 or something.
That would be bad.
I am very short. You could probably easily shoot over me.
He is.
Would I have been able to do that?
I don't see why not. I mean, like, you also have an entire, like, diagonal square that is clear. So if you were, like, over by this mast or whatever, if you wanted to back up at all, like, you would still have a clear line of sight to Farenzal.
Neck move, it would be to 1, 2, 3, right here.
Okay, so that you can kind of peek out.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do I rotate my dude?
While you're holding him, you might have to click Alt a couple times, and while you're holding down Alt, you should be able to kind of rotate yourself.
There we go.
All right.
That'll be my turn. Action bonus and move.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and click that next button for me.
Oh, no.
And it's occurring to me that y'all's ship, for whatever reason, is not depicted with having its ladders. But they are... Oh, there's one. Oh, there's...
It's on the far side.
Yeah.
Of the ship.
Yeah, but the ship's only having a single... Like, I would say both of these ships have 2 ladders, like one on each side. So... Both ships have ladders, unfortunately. So let's see here. What is his movement? He moves 5, 10, and oh god, I just about just tossed him in the water. Yep. I gotta remember how to make him fly. Fly toggle, there we go. So that he doesn't just fall into the ocean. As he does leap from the ship and just disappears into the water from where y'all can currently see him. Y'all can't see him, but he's swimming over here because I'm gonna say there's on both boats there's ladders on opposite sides of both.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, like on both sides. And that's gonna cost his entire movement. He's gonna dash. And this figure just comes like just animalistically clawing his way up onto the deck, making his way up onto this railing and down onto the deck itself. That will, however, cost his turn, his whole turn. That brings us to Bart. What would you like to do, buddy?
I'm going to use my action to throw Gloob and Jakob an emboldening bond.
Okay.
I am going to use my super awesome halfling movement to move on the other side of him, so that Jakob has a clear attack whenever it comes to his turn.
Okay.
And then with my bonus action, I'm gonna fucking cast Sanctuary on myself.
Alright. Looking a little worse for wear there, buddy.
Yup.
What was that? That's a wisdom saving throw whenever someone wants to attack you?
Right.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Alright. If you want to click next for me.
Oh yeah.
I just want to get us in the habit of that. Jakob?
I'm gonna run away.
Gonna run away from him. Okay. Hey man, do what you want.
I am going to, very shockingly, Great Weapon Master.
Okay. Roll your attack, buddy.
And I'm using D4.
Sure.
I don't know. Seemed like kind of a pretty okay weapon master.
Sorry, mathing. Not great. It's a miss. And
what was the roll?
It was a 5
Oh.
plus
Oh god.
2
Yeah, a 5
1.
plus your D4 plus a 1. Yeah, that definitely misses.
Yeah.
He just
so
turns and it slaps your blade to the one side.
I am going to actually action surge.
Sure. Actually,
time
I'm
back.
sorry. He's going to use his attack to riposte and attack you.
Oh, very rude.
That is a 28 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. And if I recall, do you add the damage die?
Mhm.
Yep, okay. 6. You get to roll that. So 7. 13. That's a, oh gosh. That is 22 points of piercing damage. That is not reduced by your heavy armor master.
Okay.
As he just slaps your blade to the side and immediately lunges into one of the openings as your sword goes wide, just sinking a solid half of his blade into you before whipping it back out.
All right. So the action surge attack.
Sure.
Jesus Christ. This is 6 or 12.
That does miss. As you're recovering, you go to swing wide over him, and he just ducks underneath. And you notice he's starting to just chuckling. Is At least it will be fun. Or, good gracious, at least it'll be fun.
That'll. I'm gonna also second wind, because that was a big
Probably wise.
Get 10 health back,
Alright.
and that'll be it.
Okay. Alrighty, if you want to click your next button for me, buddy.
There we go.
Alright. Now let me measure. As it brings it to Kithor's turn.
Oh man,
Woo!
that's not good.
Probably not.
That looks like a fireball radius.
You wish it was a fireball.
That's even worse. Oh, I know what that is.
Do you?
That's hypnotic pattern.
Oh, you wish it was hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
My goodness.
It's a good healing word.
Try to like measure these fucking squares with any kind of quickness is very difficult. That will be satisfactory for her. That's gonna be every player within that circle make a dexterity saving throw for me. And so that's me making a save for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 dwarves. So just hold on to that saving throw real quick. I keep forgetting. I'm not gonna try to retroactively do that because I'm not a dick. So one group of dwarves. Okay, they make so save. Fail. So let me see. I got a tally. I got a 1 save, 1 fail. I said 10 dwarves, correct? So that's gonna be 5 groups. Which the last are those 3, I believe. Yeah, those 3. So you fail. You cocked. You fail. Last one. You fail. So 1 pair succeeds, 4 fail. What were your guys' rolls? 21, you succeed.
19.
19, you also succeed, barely.
Thank God for the D4.
So neither of you take damage next round. 2, 5, 9, 10, 14, 18, 22, 24, 25, 27. You both take 14 points of acid damage. And no, yeah.
Is that 14 after?
That's 14 after the half. And then unfortunately, let me cancel that. These dwarves melt. These dwarves melt.
Oh no.
These
Melting
dwarves
are not good.
melt. These dwarves melt. And these dwarves melt. As Kithora launches a glowing green orb of acid from her palm that explodes outwards, coating everything in there. The dwarves next to you, Cody, or Julian, seem to be able to kind of quickly get up their shields and duck, blocking most of it, as you are able to put a lot of the mast in the way, and Jakob, you're able to catch most of it on your armor so it doesn't actually seep into and burn you itself. There are now whole lot less buddies on one side of the ship.
Yeah.
Me being behind the mast, stopping Flash or Rooney.
Do what?
Me being behind the mast.
That's kind of what you did. Is you were like you hugged up to the mast as it exploded, and that's why it just kind of spattered you. Not nearly as much, like, and a lot of it just kind of immediately went away. So, good job. That could have been a lot worse for you guys. So that's one of those. Yep, and you see her just kind of like turn her head to look at Farenzal, and Farenzal just kind of looks over his shoulder and is like, "It's fine, just don't kill him." And she just kind of shuffles about 5-10 feet over. Still kind of maintaining her position here. Which is going to end her turn, bringing us to the Princess Wench's crew's turn, which they have 1, 2, 3, 4. So they have 6 ranged units. That's right. We're just gonna roll. You see the couple of guys that are on this top right here, that are this dude taking shots at the spellcaster on y'all's ship. With a hit and a hit. Let me double check how much HP she has. Okay, and I'm just gonna roll all the damage at once. A miss. And a crit. So 1, 3, and then the crit. 3, 6, 9, 18 total damage. She has arrow goes whizzing past her. 3 arrows, however, sinking into her, not seeming to go very deep. She's looking rough. 22. Okay. I'm going to try to mostly kind of whiz through these as the other ranged attackers kind of do their thing. Hit. Miss. Hit. Hit. Miss. Alright. For the moment, abbreviated to all the ranged attackers are crossbow bolts, arrows are flying across. Several hit some of the dwarves on the deck nearby you guys. A couple go whiffing over the side. Battle is beginning to be joined. The ones that do not have weapons are all moving up to the deck, and you see them beginning to throw grappling hooks and stuff over towards you guys as they make their way over. Make sure nobody really screws up here. That one makes it. That one whiffs his, actually. That one makes it. And so about 2/3 of them get grappling hooks sailing across, wrapping around your around the railing of y'all's vessel. That is, however, going to consume their turn. Bring us to the captain, who, in his infinite wisdom, is going to make an attack at Farenzal. I think he gets 2, if I recall. Yep, he's going to make 2 attacks with his sword. With a miss. And a miss. Just 2 attacks coming in. And he just bring around his 2 swords and just slap. Just immediately, like parry. But as both swords, just he can't seem to find a gap in Farenzal's guard. And these guys are going to do some similar. Where the way we're going to say it is that these guys kind of in the back line here, around where you're at, Cody or Julian, have ranged weaponry. And going to be making some attacks kind of in retaliation at the guys across. 1, 18 is a hit. Okay. Several attacks going wide. Several others sticking in, and a couple seeming to wound those preparing to grapple their way across pretty badly. I'm kind of doing it. We're giving each group kind of a pool of hit points to save us time. Hoping everybody's. That's not going to make anybody upsetty spaghetti. These guys in melee, however, are just kind of. They don't have a ton they can do. This guy's going to come over and try to make an attack at Farenzal. Miss miserably. This guy's going to come up. They're going to start. All these guys in the melee are going to start moving up to counter those boarding. That's 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 10, 15, 20, 25, woo, 30. My goodness. These two are, however, going to make attacks against that guy as he has come up and he's looking pretty fucking spooky as far as they're concerned. With a hit and a miss. One rolled like a 13 naturally and the other rolled a 4. Dude has really, really shitty AC, but when you roll that low, it kind of screws you. So this dude is a D8. Oh wow, he rolled almost max damage. He's doing good. So for 10 points, and he down to 40. And if anybody is paying any attention whatsoever, you'll see that one dwarf, as he hits, he kind of immediately, like his sword connects, and this electricity that's covering his tentacled body arcs up and zaps him, and just as he just tenses up, almost in retaliation, and turns and spins to face the dwarf that landed a hit on him. That's going to be all their turns. Bring us back to the top of the initiative to Gloob.
All right.
What you doing, buddy?
Or for worse, I am going to. I'm gonna fix myself in this square real quick.
Sure.
So it doesn't look like I'm so far away from them.
Yeah. Do your thing, man. You're good.
But seeing this guy right in front of me now, throw my crossbow to my back and pull out the rapier, and I am going to. Fuck it. I can't leave. Bart's looking rough and Yakim's looking rough. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna stand right here and I'm gonna spend my movement once more.
Gain advantage. All right. You
Gain
do so.
Advantage. As I draw my blade, I'm gonna wipe it across my arm.
Sure.
And I am gonna try to give this guy the biggest fucking shank of his life.
All right, man. Let me see that beautiful bean footage.
You are emboldened.
You are emboldened.
Right. Well, I'm going to stick with the first roll since the second one was a natural one. However, the first one was a natural 17.
You believe that'll hit?
Plus 3, 20, and 27 total.
27 total? Yeah, 27 hits. He does, however, as you skewer in, so he brings around his blade. It doesn't deflect it all the way as it's been the others, but it lessens the impact as you land in not quite as meaty of a spot. Okay.
Do I still get a sneak attack?
Yeah,
Okay.
the attack still lands, but
Right.
he just kind of he bapped it from the side so didn't land like quite as centrally on his person.
Okay. Still only get 2d6 sneak attack.
Oh, and let me roll the con save. I'm sorry. He succeeds. Super hard.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that's Savers.
Yeah, that's save or suck.
Yep. So that's all to the side. And 12 plus 5, 17 points of piercing damage.
All right, like I said, as you he deflects, he's able to partially deflect your blade with his sword, but it's still jamming into his shoulder. Coming down to.
That's all I got. I'm gonna go ahead and end my turn.
All right. All right.
Damage?
He did 17.
Probably halved due to like uncanny dodge or something like that.
Which brings us back to the dwarf commoner, she just got lit up by some arrows. And as much as the enemy caster is a threat, it doesn't do her any good if she gets fucking murdered. So what she's gonna do is she casts centered on around here a fog cloud. Takes up this whole space, just engulfing this end of the ship. So you have a couple grappling hooks that are sticking out of here that are now on here, but also one of the main threat who is lighting her up with arrows is now engulfed in fog. And I don't know. I'm not sure how to keep that permanently marked. I don't have a good way for it. If anybody has any good ideas, let me know. But anywho, because I can't click on anything.
Object that you can make and enlarge or something.
Good question. Let's see. We'll just do a good old little. What about a little? We got a little.
Well, it's really just kind of marked at the edge of the staircase, so we know pretty much anything that's to, the back of the ship past the staircase is there.
Everything contained by these candles I just placed. Except my candles they are not sticking. There we go. Anything inside those candles, the radius of those candles, is within a fog cloud currently. So, that's going to be her thing. And she's also going to move 5, 10, 15.
She'll get covered behind this fucking wheel.
Yeah, she's getting covered behind the wheel. She also saw all those dudes throwing grappling hooks and shit and knows y'all are going to have company pretty soon.
Yep.
Ending her turn, bringing it to Farenzal's turn. Let's see. Let's see. So, you two have done the most to him currently. Bart and Gloob. You the most recently, and Bart, you bonked him. So, Bart 1, 2, 3, Gloob 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Okay.
2. Okay. So you get 2 attacks.
Okay.
Bart, Gloob, you're getting 1, and that's a Wisdom saving throw as he goes to make his attack. Correct.
Right.
Okay. And if it's a fail, he just loses the attack, right?
I think he can choose to actually hit somebody else with it.
Oh,
He
okay.
can select a new target.
Does he keep the attack roll, or does he have to roll a new one? Yeah, because he fails it, so that's important. Or I guess. Well, he doesn't make the attack yet, so.
On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell.
Okay, so as he goes to lunge at you with his long blade, like his eyes kind of for like a quarter second like mist over before he he leans it over going towards Gloob. Add one of those. 6. I still don't think that hits. That's a 15 to hit. That does not hit you anymore, correct?
Not anymore, thankfully.
Good shit. So the first attack, even as he's deflecting towards you, you're able to slap. You're able to very quickly kind of slap aside.
He's like, no, dude. Like, no, get back at him.
Back at him, back at him. Oh, jeez. He's a smart guy and is familiar with magic. His next 2 attacks, he just kind of like glances over you, and he seems to think for a second before making his last 2 attacks both at you, Gloob. Wow, you are a very, very lucky frog. That's a 14 for the second attack. Last attack. The last attack, however, is a 25.
Definitely hits.
And that's gonna be one of these. That's gonna be that's 11 points of piercing damage as he turns on and slams his like you're able to kind of weave and kind of deflect his long blade, but then his short blade comes slamming home into you.
Awesome. I love that.
All right. Okay.
But he stabs Gloob so good that it goes all the way to the hilt and brushes his hands against Gloob and is now poisoned.
And unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. That will, however, be the end of his turn as he's just trying to, like, releasing a flurry of blows around himself. Not in the monk sense, but more in the he just attacks a lot. Just making stabs all over the place. And still just kind of giving off, like, this chuckle even as he is taking wounds. And that will bring us to your turn, Julian.
Muted.
You're muted, buddy.
Did the cook not go?
The cook he is differentiated only by his model. He's taking his turn with the majority of the crew.
Okay.
Kind of lumped in there. He's got a
You just
crossbow.
stayed still?
Oh yeah, he's in that backline that are using ranged weapons.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of ass around Mr.
Yeah.
Ferenzal.
There is a lot of ass.
It's all short ass though, except for Jakub.
This is true.
But I want to. Until she goes down, I can't get my hex on anyone else.
Mhm.
You know what? Bonus action to drop my Hexblade's curse on Cathora as well.
Okay, sure.
And I will shoot her from my
Shoot
current
her!
position. Hey, we need 0 more of those acid balls, alright?
Right. You'll be able to step around. You kind of have to step out, but you could then immediately step back behind
Yeah.
cover if that is what you're wanting to do.
That is. Alright. Oh, thank fuck.
This is crit.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Hell yeah, dude. With
Oh my
Hex
God.
and Hexblade?
Give
You have both of them on her?
Hexblade
Yeah.
is just flat damage, so it doesn't
yeah,
get
it's flat damage.
multiplied.
That's not multiplied, but
Yeah. Hexblade is
but-
just 2. It's just your
yeah,
proficiency.
This is my
Yeah, yeah.
proficiency. The big thing about Hexblade's curse is I get
Yeah.
healing if she goes down.
Yeah, and it opens up your crit range.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't matter. It was a 20, so that crit range came
Oh, yeah.
fuck off. But
Yeah, I got you.
all right. So first damage roll was max.
Nice.
Second one close. That'll be a total of 31 damage.
31. Holy
Hell
shit.
Yeah.
That takes her in the gut as she just curls over and lets out both you hear it from across the water and in your head a screech of just pain.
Wilhelm screams just fills Julian's face.
Basically, just echoing within your mind. All right.
She's still up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I don't like oh yeah. Yeah is one thing. Oh yeah is another.
I just tabbed out to look at chat. What do you mean they melt? I mean they melt, Brittany. They melt. Just there are puddles of dwarf
Alright.
all over this side of the deck. All right.
And yeah, just the 5-foot step back behind cover.
Understandable.
BRB. Actually, before I take a quick bathroom break, I want to see what this cultist does. Or this,
Okay. Yeah.
this
Hit your next
specimen
button.
does.
Get in the habit. Hit your next button.
Oh,
Yeah. Your buddy here at the end. He gets to make both of those. Okay. So one hand like reaches out and grabs the guy that's next to him that whiffed his attack. For enough to hit. Dealing. Okay. Just his clawed hand reaching out and just like grabbing a hold of like the shoulder and sinking in before just a pulse of electricity shoots from his chest down into his arm and the dwarf just starts contorting and before he lets go and then his tentacle lashes out at the dwarf in front of him and misses because he rolled a 3. So just the dwarf is able to kind of dodge out of the way as the tentacle shoots forward and slams into some of those barrels and the decking that's across from him, kind of crunching into the wood a bit. And it just returns, just like looking around at things and just kind of. And that's going to be his turn to bring us to Bart.
You don't have to answer this question, but
Yes, sir.
is a riposte a reaction?
I mean, you've seen Julian do something. Not Julian. You've seen Jakob do something similar, and it seems to it seems to cost a good chunk of his attention. So yes.
Sure, I'll risk it for the biscuit. I'm gonna wiggle on over here.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Hey. And I will use my. You know what? I'll get behind the thicker target. I will use my action to. Well, actually, where are there any of like those little hooks or anything?
There are like 3 on this side of the rail, and then there the rest of them, like where you're at, there's like 3 of them over there, and then the rest of them are kind of on the other side of the ship across from you.
Okay.
They are pulled taut.
It would be an action to cut those off, right?
Yes.
Shit. Yeah, in that case, I will get back over here, and I will go ahead and bless my 3 compadres.
Sure. Actually, I'm sorry. As you go to do so, the light begins to illuminate, and you hear in your head a hissing, "I think not, small one." And your magic fades. Yes, you get counterspelled.
Oh, right. Oh, I got counterspelled or dispelled?
Counterspelled.
Okay.
As you went to cast bless, like the holy light of Sorelli began to emanate from, your holy symbol, and you hear that aggressive whispering in your head, and the light just fades.
All right. Well, I won't attack with it, but I will use my spiritual. I will take my spiritual weapon and I will move it closer to her.
Okay, sure. You do so.
With my bonus action, since I can't really do anything else with it.
Alright.
That's the turn.
Alrighty. And that will bring us to Christopher. What you doing, Jakob?
Big sword.
Alright, these great weapon master attacks?
Yeah, that'll be one. See with the D4. I am going to precision strike.
Okay. Remember, you're only getting the 1d4. The bless got counterspelled.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know where that ended up, so I'm just gonna roll. Okay. That is going to be 21.
21 barely hits.
Okay.
Make your attack. Or roll your damage.
Am I able to do 2 maneuvers in the same?
Yep, you can. You're just having to spend 2 of your dice.
Alright, so I use I'll use another D8 for a menacing attack.
Sure. Go ahead and do so. Okay. That is a wisdom saving throw, correct?
Yes.
That is a 17.
That passes.
Okay. You still get all the damage.
26.
26 points. Nice. All right. All right. As you're able to come in, and he's just kind of like observing everybody, like he's seeming to sink into kind of like a lower center of balance fighting stance, and he tries to turn, and he's able to get like his shorter blade up against your sword, but you're able to just power through his attempted deflection and just come slamming down and just cutting a swath. Like you part his armor and leave a large gash kind of across this back section of his shoulder inside.
All right. That'll be it.
All right. That will bring us to the spellcaster. Who's not feeling very happy right now. I'm sorry, guys. Let me check something. Actually, do that instead. Alrighty, and that is a 20 foot as well. Alrighty. We're about to have to need some candles, I believe. So, cast right there.
I knew that shit was gonna happen.
Did you?
Yeah, I figured I should have not moved away from him. Would be the safest place from AoE. So I was like, eh.
Yeah, unfortunately, moving towards the person who just crit the dog shit out of her. I guess you moved before him, right? Before he shot her.
Yeah. Or no, afterwards.
After? Oh, okay. So, do what you gotta do. As just you see her mouth moving rapidly, and she makes like some weird signs with her hands before pushing it forward, and a ball of just pure black, like a pearl sized, appears at that center where the center of the radius is, before rapidly expanding to encompass everybody within. This is magical darkness.
Oh, okay.
So you are all blinded. Everybody within that circle.
Am I blinded as well?
You're not quite in it, I'll say. You're like, you've got a foot in it, but I won't say, like, not, I'd say about at least half of your character model needs to be in it. Or at least half of your base. So you're not quite in it, so. And as it expands around you guys, your sight vanishes. And you just begin to hear mad whisperings like, just rip them apart, take out their eyes, take out their tongue, and just murderous, awful, maddening whispers, as well as just an all-encompassing slurping noises are all around you.
May I also
Yes, sir.
instantly swap out one of my invocations for Devil Sight, right? Just
Oh,
right
yeah,
now,
yeah, you
swap.
can totally
As a
do that.
reaction. As a reaction, I'd like to
As a
swap
reaction.
out.
That does not do anything on cast. So, yeah. Y'all are just in there for now. Because it's not until it started. And it feels like there's a weird stickiness to y'all's boots as you stand there and like where you are trying to maybe shift in place. Meaning, this is difficult terrain.
Gotcha.
Yes. Okay, cool beans. So that's going to do that. That's going to be her turn, and she's going to keep doing her thing. Oh, wait, yeah, let me get my candles. I got to get my spell marking candles. Oh, man, let's see. Who all was in that? I know this guy was in there. It's over here, I believe. The edge was right there. Gosh darn it. I hate that it completely drops. Yeah, if somebody wants to draw that where that was for me real quick. That'd be very helpful.
Like
yeah,
there
just
and
pull it out
then-
20 feet. Keep going, keep going.
Oh no.
Oh,
that
nope.
was a little bit farther
Closer
back.
to
Yeah.
closer to Cody. So let me see here.
Let's see.
I should have thought of that a minute ago. Right where I have it, Christopher.
Okay.
Alright. So, my candle I can't pick up my candle. All right. We just got to place new candles. We're just going to go here, 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 and here, and here. So outermost candles are the guide for this spell.
Are you good?
Yep, you can go ahead and drop it. Thank you, buddy. Can I click on these now to get rid of them? Or do I have to be in good old... Get him out of here. Ooh. Get him out of here. There we go. Alrighty. So that's going to be her turn. Bringing us to their crew's turn. These guys are still in smoke, so we're going to go ahead and do their ranged guys. This guy can't see much, but he did just see Jakob shoot the shit out of his buddy, so he's going to take a shot at you. That's going to miss, I'm pretty sure. That's only a 10. They don't roll. I am going to actually like look at their stuff for when they are attacking you guys. I'm not just jerking off. Yeah, no, that misses. You hear a crossbow bolt go whizzing past you, Jakob. We got a couple of other ranged attacks. Unfortunately, they actually don't have anywhere to go aside from at you, Jakob. Not within easy range because a lot of things are now inside that darkness. That's going to miss. That one's going to hit with a 24. These will get reduced, Christopher. So you take 5 damage before the reduction from that attack. You get 2 more. That one will hit with a 22. That one is for 7 damage before the reduction. And the last one misses.
Okay. I'm looking great over here. It's looking great.
We're all fine here now. How are you? That's ranged boys' turns. There's a lot of melee fellas now kind of leaping over the side. Yeah, I don't think you can realistically pull boats closer together, can you? I don't even know. I feel like this is one of those things, like, they're big, aren't they? Whatever. Fuck it. This is fantasy. They'll get to make a collective strength check for it. So, 14, 17, 3, 6.
Were those 2 sword dwarfs that are on the railing there near the back of our ship? Were those guys like cutting grapple hooks or anything?
Yeah, they're like moving up to try to deal with what's about to fucking go down.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I'm not gonna move the whole fucking model, unfortunately. I know y'all are very disappointed. The ship moves about 10 feet closer together as all of these dudes that are over there heave, like orcs and half-orcs and like just dudes lined up on there with all their grappling hooks. The couple that didn't make theirs before, that's a natural 20, and makes it. The last couple of grappling hooks that previously missed now come back across and circle back on. There's now a total of about 10 grappling hooks lined up across the railing as these guys are hauling to get the ship closer. Which brings us to the captain. The captain immediately takes 2d6. 3, 6. 2d6 cold damage. Good gracious. You know, I really didn't expect this to turn into a combat. I'm sorry. That meant I was not as prepared as I should be. Can I, like, click on which one is this guy? Okay, this is this guy. So they immediately take 2, 6, 12. Julian, within this inky blackness of maddened whispers and disturbing slurping noises, you hear the cries of 2 dwarves and a muted thud. That guy also in there. Okay, he's good. He's alive. Taking some damage. He is not really being able to see. He's going to try to make his way out without running into people. So 10. Whoops, he was here. 10. And he's able to kind of barely make it out with the movement that he's got. Jakob, you see a dwarf come stumbling out of the darkness behind you, just breathing heavily, and he looks like he has like some frostbite on his face.
All right.
This guy is. I don't think he was in it. He was not enough in it, so I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. 10, 15, 20, 25. And dwarves have 25 feet of movement. He's gonna take a shot at the guys across. Or those guys are gonna take shots at the guys across, landing another couple of good hits. Y'all hearing the cries of pain from across the board, across the way, as you hear slams of impact and grunts and groans. Unfortunately, your dwarf buddy is in there. 10. All right, he is hurting, and we're gonna say he's gonna choose a direction because he doesn't know really what's going on. He's gonna try to move forward. 20. And he's gonna have to use the last of his movement. He is unfortunately still within the sphere. These guys are going to start trying to hack away, or starting to hack away at those. Yeah, it's not hard to hit. Not quite cutting that one. Yeah, definitely hitting. You see, like, these guys are starting to saw away, like sawing away at these ropes, trying to get them cut. They're making some progress. Just about breaking those two. That's his buddy. That was what his turn was. This guy just saw a bunch of darkness pop up, so he halts his forward momentum to try to do the same, slamming and missing the grappling hook entirely.
What a hero.
Yep. Oh, whoops. Okay, there's this guy, and I think I skipped these guys on accident. He's gonna do the same. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Not quite being able to make it all the way to the railing. These two guys are, going to make their attacks at that dude. He hits. He misses. They're very consistent with one of them is going to land and do some damage. All right. Another just more hissing and all kinds of nonsense going on from that end. A lot harder to see with a giant black sphere of inky darkness in the middle of the ship. That brings us to Gloob.
Being this close to him, what is he looking like? Does he look pretty much fine? Is he still laughing and carrying on?
He is still laughing and carrying on. You can see blood coming from the wounds, especially the one that Jakob just managed to land, bleeding heavily. But he is, if nothing, seeming to get happier. Like he's just grinning. Oh, it's like being back in the pits. Just almost mad sounding.
I got nothing else. I'm gonna go in for another stab.
Okay.
Bringing it back across my arm for my last use of poison.
Sure.
And not moving again.
Gotcha. Make your attack roll.
Just for a 20, I did not get it. That is a 18 plus 7, 26 to hit.
26 will hit. Go ahead and make your attack roll. Once again, he does trying to intercept his blade to kind of bat it a little bit to the side.
And con save.
Yep, and his con save, which is that's not the right page.
He probably makes it.
He did not. He rolled really poorly. You get the poison damage.
Shit. 19. I actually rolled really well in the poison, and it just kind of saved my ass. 19 plus 5 for 24 points of damage.
You said
do
24?
Yeah, 24 points of damage. Do you need that split up?
I do not. You're good.
Okay.
Still slightly, not quite landing in the vital organs where you're trying to get him at, but you do see him kind of like stiffen up as you see some of your poison like creeping up the veins in the side of his neck.
That's all I got.
That's all we can ask. Brings us to our deck wizard, who looking across the way, balling up, and she's gonna fire herself a nice little magic spell. Should be worth a shit. Oh good God, where'd she go? There she is. Oh, that's not to hit. That's not fucking hard. And she fucking managed to miss. You see a familiar, like shining green, thin projectile goes shooting across from the tip of her staff, missing, like field goaling between these two guys, like right here, and slamming into the deck, burning a bit of a hole into it. Here, like cursing from up on top of the deck, as she's not a ton she can do, and she is freaking out. Bringing it to Farenzal's turn. Which, now Jakob has definitely done something, and you hit him pretty hard as well. So, 1, 2, 3, Gloob, 4, 5, 6, Jakob. That is a 5.
Bring it on, bitch boy.
2 attacks at Jakob, 1 attack at Gloob. First attack is a 23 to hit, Jakob.
That hits.
And I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
That's a 12.
1, 4. So luckily for you, he rolled really poorly on his damage die, but so that's gonna be 10 points of piercing damage that is not reduced.
I am unconscious.
And Christopher's unconscious. So, it's not 2 attacks at Jakob. So as Gloob, you're watching there, and as he's continuing to just kind of like go back and forth between you guys, trying to like parry and then go into attacks, like very fluid, almost a dance, one might say. He slips his rapier past Jakob, like down into like his abdomen, and whisks it back out as Jakob just crumples to the deck, unconscious, before he immediately spins back to you, lashing out with the longer blade and the shorter blade once each at you. That is a 16 to hit for the first attack, Jones.
16 is my AC.
Okay, well that's lucky. That is 9 points of piercing damage as he slams into you. And then comes in with the shorter blade for much worse, only a 12 to hit. So you're able to parry that one, but taking the stab from the initial stab at you.
Yeah.
And that will be his turn as he just and as Jakob slumps and he makes those attacks, his turns and looks at you, Gloob. You only had to be a little bit more cooperative. And here we are. Ending his turn.
I'm not the one that made that decision.
Is Cody back? I hope. Okay, he is.
Yes.
All right, Julian. You begin your turn in this inky darkness where you can't see, and it's some creepy shit you are hearing all around you. You take 5 points of cold damage at the start of your turn.
Shit. Okay. Moment while I make myself be in pain.
Sure.
Well, that only quadruples what I was already going to do. There's exactly 2 points where I can actually get out of this, and I'm going to move to the one closer to the action. If I can grab my dude, Tailspire, cooperate with me here. There we go.
So it's 10. It's 10 feet of movement for each of those
Yes,
squares.
that is my full 30 feet right there.
Okay.
I measured it earlier.
So let me. I know that this is a vaguely awkward spot, and this was measured from here, if I recall.
Nope. Next over.
Next over.
That was. Yeah.
Woo. Yeah.
I was next over.
Yeah. That's why I'm making sure you do make it out. Okay, because the candles make it a little questionable. So you do not take any additional damage.
Okay. Cool.
So there you are. You have used your full 30 feet of movement and are now just outside of the inky blackness. And even as you move outside, it's not all encompassing you, but you can still hear the
Yeah, this has gotta stop.
from
I'm gonna take
behind
another
you.
shot. I'm gonna take another shot at the spellcaster. This is unacceptable.
Sure. Make an attack roll.
Another crit. No. It is, however, a 21.
Wait, did you take damage from that spell?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I couldn't see her when it happened. I have to see someone to rebuke them.
Ah.
Yeah, trust me, that already went through my head. So I'm going to. Does a 21 hit?
21 does hit. Yeah, absolutely. She's a spellcaster.
Hey, I don't know what she's got going on, alright? Always gotta ask. That will be 17 points of damage.
17 points. Big herd. Let's make a concentration check. That fails like a motherfucker. As your arrow sinks into her.
Yeah.
As your arrow sinks into her, another grunt of pain, both in your head
Jesus,
and audibly.
God, she has a lot of hit points.
Yeah. And the inky blackness sinks back in on itself. The maddening whispers and creepy slurping noises fading as it does so.
Thank you, Jeebus.
Good job, Cody. Oh. I want the candle, not the floor. There we go. All right.
Oh, it's disappearing with the darkness.
Is that going to be it for your turn, Julian?
I have nothing else that I can do right now. So.
All right. All right. That brings it to your tentacled friend, who can see you. And fails that. So, as you kind of like, as you're panning away from having taken another shot into her, you lock eyes with the tentacled dude, and his tentacled arm comes lashing out at you.
Like 50 feet away? 40 feet?
Oh wait, yeah, that's a good question. Let me double check what that is. Whoops. Okay, double check your range. Oof. You can technically move through enemy squares, and he failed that save, so he's still gonna go for it. I will need a reminder. Do you provoke AOPs if you move all the way through someone's square? Oh wait, no, you can't. He can't move through his square. That's right. You're right. You're right. You were saved by the laws of D&D to this day, my friend. He's still
Kill me later.
yeah, he's still making that attack. Instead, he's just like hissing at you and hitting this dude because he's in that square. He's just weirdly positioned. Which is gonna do.
Sorry, bro.
Yep.
Catch you later.
Which
I feel
actually-
like this guy's name should officially be Butterfingers.
So as it slams into and wraps around the door right in front of you, Julian, and drags him back this way, slamming him into the top of these stairs. As you see, like, the crackle of electricity starting to, make its way down that tentacle. He's just gonna reach out his hand again and try to grab that same guy he electrified before. And hits him.
And each of those doors
9.
represents 2 dwarves, right?
Right. And as he is grabbing one of the 2 that's right here, it's the same one that he had already grabbed before, and he grabs, and the electricity pulses through him, and the door's back arcs as his mouth opens in a wordless scream, and he collapses dead. So that's a half dwarf squad right there.
So that's 5 right there, not 6.
Correct.
Okay.
So, and these guys are kind of technically grouped separately, but for ease of shit, we're gonna pretend like they're together.
Alright.
Alright, which brings us to Bartholomew.
Alright, I'm gonna get some speedy legs and use my channel divinity, almost trip over the pair of dwarves that were here and get them back up off their feet. Healing my Gloob, healing my Captain, healing my Jakob, and then using the rest of that movement to go over there to heal my my Warlock friend.
Sure.
And then going 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, is it? Hold on, I need to check something real quick.
You basically just get 50 feet of movement because your action of 25
Right.
feet for the channel divinity, then an additional 25.
Right, I needed to check
Oh shit!
about that, the halfling ratio.
Oh, good job. Okay, nice. Nice.
Okay,
we're good.
Cool. And then I will, and then I will move right there.
All right.
And
How much did everybody heal for?
need to roll that. Finally, something good's going tonight. That is max. So that is 17 points of healing.
Nice.
Nice.
And with a bonus action, I gotta do it, or I will. My action economy's too shitty right now, so I am going to healing word myself as a bonus action.
All right. Take your healing
Also
word.
maximum. Hell yeah.
There you go. Good shit, man.
The dice are starting to turn in my favor again.
It's just his hand starts to glow and then he just face palms.
All right, nice. That's good. All right. Is that gonna be your turn?
That's my full turn.
All right. So everybody, make sure you take that HP you just got. You said 17, correct?
Correct.
Nice. Captain's looking spry.
All right. So
And-
I will take that turn to BRB.
All right. Sure.
I'm back, baby. So I
You are
have to
currently
stand up.
prone.
Yep,
Yep, so you-
stand up.
Alright.
I'm very upset, so I'm going to. I would love to Great Weapon Master him, but seeing as a 21 barely hit, I'm just gonna regular hit him.
Sure. Go ahead and do so.
Oh, I should have Great Weapon Mastered. Because that is a 28.
28 will hit. Funnily enough.
I am. Going to trip attack him.
All right. That's a strength
Hell
saving
yeah.
throw.
Yes.
What's the DC on that?
I think it's only 14.
Okay. Well, luckily for you, he rolled a 6, so
Hog!
you do not come prone.
Fucking go. Hell yeah, dude. That's so good. I think. Hopefully.
We shall see.
13, 17 damage.
17. Nice. Nice.
Could have been fucking 27.
As while he's a familiar with magic man, he's not familiar with all things cleric. He wasn't sure what was going on with that. that dashing small figure. And he's kind of like, you see he's very clearly kind of like gotten into a less than fully thoughtful mindset at this time. And so not noticing that you've regained consciousness, you're able to swing out with your sword as you come up, taking him kind of in the side of his leg and just like taking his legs completely out from under him as he slams like back first into the deck.
That will be the end of my turn.
All right. Bringing it to the spellcaster.
This bitch.
Unfortunately, Cody really has not made her not a fan of Julian. Julian, as you see her lift an arm up, you see a familiar bright green begin to coalesce in her palm before she releases it. Oh yeah, all those counter spells you got?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm determining where because she's unfortunately trying to catch you in it, because you did just get back up.
That's rather rude.
I don't disagree, but she's a pirate. They're not very nice. But she's also trying not to catch her captain, so. I think that qualifies, though. Yep. Players within that sphere, please make a dexterity saving throw for me. What's fucked up is I think y'all are the exact same people that had to make this last time.
Yeah. That'll be an 18 modified.
Barely makes it.
23.
23 makes it. Good job, guys. So, let's
Don't forget about the two dwarves that got back up next to Jakub.
Yep, unfortunately. Yeah, that's what I'm rolling for them right now. I think that actually makes it. Barely, okay. Those two barely make it, and then the ones behind them do not.
She's about to take damage, by the way, because I can see her now.
Okay. I don't think she gives a shit.
No, I'm saying, like, I'm using rebuke.
Okay. Is rebuke on damage or just on attack rolls?
On damage.
2, 5.
I couldn't do it on the
9,
weird
because blinded, right?
damaging necrotic darkness thing because I couldn't see her. 1 more. Okay. 31. That is a little bit worse than last time. That is 16 points of acid damage splashing onto both of you.
I'm glad I rolled max.
Yeah, thanks.
Right.
Did you take any more damage, Jakub?
He is not as
How
of
much?
yet. 16,
much?
1
damage is
HP
that?
left.
16 acid. Are you good to go?
I'm glad I got on the other
Yeah, yeah.
side.
Oh, yeah, because you also got hit with the heal, so that hurt you a lot, but you
Oh, that
definitely.
also means those two dwarves are still up.
She takes 32
how-
points of fire damage.
You said
well, I guess they probably...
32?
Yep, or it's mixed fire and necrotic.
Okay. Okay.
I guess if they have
Oh.
over 17 hit points.
No, she doesn't. She counterspells
doesn't?
it.
Huh?
She counterspells it.
She counterspells it?
She does. She's looking rough. She kind of has to. So as your flame jumps out to her and the necrotic damage begins to coalesce, it makes it about halfway across before she jerks her hands up in time in kind of like a swatting gesture, and the fire just gets slapped to the side and fizzles out.
And I rolled a 10 and an 8 on that. That is so
Yep.
frustrating.
I'm sorry. I would have called that out earlier. I'm keeping track of a lot. I'm sorry. So, sorry about that. I don't know how many you healed. Can you just heal everybody you can touch, right?
It's everyone that's within 5 feet of me when I start running.
Yep.
Okay, cool. That saves these two dwarves. These two melt.
Oh. How?
They failed
Did
the
they not-
save and took 31 points of acid damage.
Oh, that was for it actually saving. Okay.
Yes,
Gotcha.
the 16 is halved. Just like the 14 last time was halved. But those guys, even with your heal, they didn't seem to get a lot out of it because they hadn't really been damaged too much.
Right.
They are still looking incredibly rough. Like these, like you can see like bits of muscle showing through their like shoulder and stuff. Like they're in not good shape.
Better start hacking off some of those fucking grappling hooks, you dillweeds.
However, after throwing the giant acid orb and managing to counterspell your hellish rebuke at the last second, Julian, the halfling, breathing heavily, jerks her face in the direction of Farenzal's back for a moment before immediately going 5, 10, 15, or wait, where's the stairs? I'm sorry. Going 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Starting to make her way down these stairs. And y'all do notice Farenzal like give a quick, like in his kind of bloodlusted state, just glance over his shoulder. His smile just kind of like dips momentarily. That will bring us to their turn. And yeah, oh yeah, ranged people first. These guys are still within there. This dude's kind of 5, 10, 15, 20. Coming down out of the fog. And laying into all the shit that's going on around here around their captain. Do you still have whatchamacallit on you? Okay, so
Yep.
Wisdom save for those. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, we're using another d20. That's a fail, so that's going to get redirected to Jakob.
Oh, no!
Y'all are standing in front of people like you're the closest to the rail, unfortunately. Y'all are the two easiest targets. That shot succeeds. Or not succeeds, but succeeds on the save for his attack. So they were each like took a shot at you. One got directed back towards Jakob. So the attack that didn't get redirected is a crit on you.
Down.
Not on you. This was the attack that made it through against you, my friend.
Alrighty.
So thankfully that's shitty damage for 7 points of piercing damage as that arrow comes slamming into you. The arrow against shot against Jakob, I'm sorry, is a 3, so it just comes skittering across your armor. Yep.
I forgot about the armor. Hey.
Well, it didn't do damage because he hadn't made his attack yet.
Right.
So, those were their two attack. They each get an additional attack. So that fails. So that attack is at Jakob. That also fails. So the second two attacks are both at Jakob. That's a 4, so that's a miss. That's a 3, that's also a miss. All the shots that come at you, Jakob, you're just kind of able to like bring up your arm, and your armor just takes it, and they go skittering off in various and sundry directions. 4 shots coming at Julian from these guys on this other side. He is doing big damage. He forced their spellcaster to retreat. Attack 1. That's a 2, that misses. That's a 20, which I assume hits. For 5 points of piercing damage, Julian, if you are back. 2 more attacks against you. That's a 24 to hit. For 7 points of piercing damage. And another dirty... A dirty... after that?
The 7, yeah.
After the 7? Okay, so the last shot was a dirty 20 at one of the dwarves over there. One of the ones that was looking rough. For only doing 5 points of damage, slamming into one of the dwarves that's around that guy. Julian is now down. That brings their that brings it into their ranged guys' turn. These melee guys are still hauling on their ropes. They rolled a lot worse this time. The boat 5 feet closer. So they've moved a total of 15 feet closer to you guys from their initial position. So this is now only about 10 feet distant.
Okay.
bringing it to the captain. Who the captain is trying desperately to fucking get this dude. That's a fucking miss. That's a crit.
Hey,
Nice.
Thank God.
Where'd he go? He's right here.
glad he has that powerful axe in his hand.
No, he has a long sword, unfortunately. But
Powerful longsword.
10, 13. So landing a solid cut on him as he kind of is looking over his shoulder in the direction of Kithora. Bring it to his buddies. These guys are in massive amounts of pain and are desperately hacking at, like, trying to get rid of those grapples. Yeah, that's it. So we're gonna give him a... Oh, shit. God damn it. Severing, like, 2 of them hacking and severing 2 of the grappling hooks. This guy moving up here. Y'all are containing the captain. He is also... These 2 are going to also start trying to get rid of the grappling hooks. Doing one of them fucking up really bad. The other managing to separate one of the grappling hooks. This guy is hurting. He's got his crossbow out. He's taking a step over here, taking shots at more of the melee guys. Whiffing. God damn it, Vermig. And these 2. Oh wait, this one right here. Hacking away because they fucked up last time. That minimum damage will cut that one. Another grapple goes down. That one making it and rolling really well on his damage as well. Another grapple. Like, all 3 of these dwarves just hacking away and slashing away 3 of the grappling hooks that are tying this ship to y'all's.
How many are left?
I think I was gonna say we were at 10. They cut 2 each, and they just went through like quite a few. Y'all are probably down to about 4 that are actively on there. This guy is grappled. He begins his turn. Those guys are grappled, and more electricity surges down the tentacle, killing one of them. One of the dwarf that was grappled. His other buddy was like jumping down to help him, so he is still in that place. But that guy was not grappled. His buddy is gonna take a swipe at that guy. He fucking nat 1, stabbing the decking. I don't know why these 2 guys don't appear to be in the turn order, but they're both. One is gonna keep attacking him. He's gonna miss. He's also gonna miss. Fucking hell, come on, guys. Okay, there we go. Hitting 2. Woo! Oh, good God. Oh, wait. 37, 5, 32. And he was back up to 60. That's right. Okay. Bam. Bringing us around to the top of the round to Gloob.
Is he still prone in front of me?
He has not been back to his turn yet, so he has not had an opportunity to get up.
Wonderful. I don't have to spend my movement.
Correct.
Not that it really matters, because I'm going to stay right here anyways. Shit! Yep, no, I'm taking some swings at him. Or a
Alright.
swing. My singular swing.
Sure. Make that attack roll.
Or... Say 22.
22 barely hits, but yes.
Whoa!
Roll damage, buddy.
Get my D4s out of here since I'm not poisoned anymore. Oh my god, come on. 3, 9, 11 plus 5. 16?
16 points of damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
Not very.
Oh, that's very solid. As you stab down into him down on the floor, you get him. He's You see like some blood come up onto his mouth as you sink your sword kind of into his stomach a little bit, pull it back out.
I'll use my bonus in movement to sit there and say as I stab him. And I see that he's in a rough spot. I'm gonna keep my sword where it is for the time being. I'm gonna say, "Call your men off. We could potentially come to some arrangement. If not, you're dead."
All right. Wonderful. And I will go ahead and comment, he has not stopped smiling almost this entire time. Like, he's like grunted and like he's had pain, but it's a smiles the whole time. All right. It's going to bring us to this lady who is kind of like, oh, whoops, I forgot, we didn't move this guy over. Where is he at? He should be over here somewhere. I've been rolling like he's been doing shit. They're seeing them getting closer. She's making her way down. Still just a lot of shit. She needs another MILF's acid arrow. Field goaling again with another 5. God fucking damn it, lady. Just field goaling, like taking off a solid chunk of banister on the enemy ship. Bringing us to Farenzal's turn. Yeah. He got the mental message, so. Looking up at you, and that he's getting more and more surrounded as he looks around. He picks himself up, like leaving your rapier in him. He says, glancing around at all of you, glancing back at his ship and kind of sneering at, there's still nobody else on the ship but him. I look forward to our next meeting. You all are tons of fun. And dives off the side of the boat. Ah! Oh, good God.
A reaction?
Huh?
Do I get a reaction?
Unfortunately not. So he goes off.
Disengaging?
He is. Landing down into the water. Need a moment.
As he jumps off, I'm clutching my stomach, spit up a little blood. Coward.
Where is this measuring to? That is saying 114 feet.
I guess from the bottom of the ocean. Oh wait, no, he's not. He's like hovering right at the mountain.
Yeah, hold on.
That's weird.
We got to bring him up apparently because this shit is not wanting to measure correctly. What the? Y'all see? Oh, it's because it's the dock. It's the fucking go. It's measuring it onto the.
I think it's measuring.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not where he's going.
Is he going inside the side of the ship?
Nah, he went under. He has plenty of movement though, is the thing. So y'all see him go splashing into the water and disappearing somewhere underneath the ship, as far as y'all can tell anyway.
Gotcha.
As he does so, you see like his goons looking around and like they start yelling at each other and just tossing the ropes that they had for their grappling hooks over the side. And like that's just kind of like as a for like they're just letting go of them. I'll bring us to Julian's turn. You are down, my friend. Make a death saving throw.
You don't add anything to that, right? It's not
Nope, just a
Constitution,
straight
it's just a flat
D20.
roll.
Yep.
Alright.
Alright. So, you take your success or failure, bringing us to the cultist. I did say this dude is more bestial than anything, and he has set his sights on something that he's not a huge fan of. He is still trying to make his way to... Or I'll give him a roll. Fuck it. He fails the shit out of it. He keeps trying to make his way to Julian through all these doors. Shooting his tentacle out to the guy in front of him with a miss before going for a grasp on that last door right there and missing as well. Just hissing in frustration as he sits there. That would bring us to Bart.
Alright, and Captain's already made it well onto the other side of the
Yeah,
ship.
you have no visual. You saw him like stand up and just like hand on the rail and dive over the side, like torpedoing down and underneath his ship.
I'm gonna move as close as I can get, which I think is there, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yaku. I'm sorry. Whoops. To Julian. And then I'm gonna bonus action smack this bitch.
Okay, sure. Roll an attack roll.
Natural 20.
Holy shit. Roll your damage.
Oh. That's an 8. So 16 plus 5, 21.
Holy God. Wow.
Fuck her up.
You smack her and you see her like crumple, but
She
not
down the stairs and
but
take a
not
piss.
not quite down. That was impressively close. All right.
Damn it.
Like just you smashes into her and like from where you can kind of see, it looks like one shoulder is now a little lower than the other. Like yeah, you might have gotten a little break right along here.
Gotcha.
All right, for
How
context,
much did you just do? 21?
21 points
8
of damage.
plus 8 is 16 plus 5. Max damage crit.
Wow.
And yeah, I can't really use my action for much. Well, since we're still well on into the shit, I will use my action to now bless. Can you bless an unconscious creature?
I don't think so.
Okay, then shit.
Because I think you lose it when you lose consciousness.
I thought if you have concentration on something. Anyway, okay.
I don't know. I mean, you're welcome to double check. I don't think so.
Alright, I'm not gonna risk it right now. Instead of just not doing anything, I am just going to toll the dead on Butterfingers over there.
Who?
The monster.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Unless I still have any line of sight on that lady after she gets smacked with the hammer.
Like between your own height and her own height and where she is currently located, not really.
All right.
Which is his. He does not have a good wisdom save, which is why he's still here. Is your spell save DC 14? I don't think so.
It is 15.
Okay, he misses. He fails it. Which he has
takes
taken
a
damage.
Super duper 4 points of damage.
Nice.
Hog.
Your necrotic damage eats away at his flesh as he continues to hiss and writhe, and his tentacle like snaps around and all that fun stuff. Is that be it for your turn?
I will use my words to call out, "Get that ship on fire!"
Okay. To anybody in particular or just in general?
To everybody. Basically, like all the dwarves that were behind me, because they're going to kill us if they catch up with us. They're not going to take any chances next time. They're going to sink this fucking ship.
I will go ahead and say 2, 4, 8, 10, 12, 14. You are down about half the crew. From what you can see, you see dissolved. Mostly dissolved dwarves everywhere. Like dissolved bits of armor and bone and flesh, as well as a couple of chilled corpses over here. But yeah, they hear you and are still kind of like cutting away at other shit, and they're like, ah! All right.
Did they just drop all the ropes?
Yeah, they've let go of them. You're right. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. I was thinking of what they were currently doing is they were like hacking at these ropes, and there's like, what? But yeah, okay, that brings us to Christopher. What you doing, buddy?
Did the captain only move half of his movement?
You can't see him anymore.
Okay.
You don't know. You saw him go over the side and torpedo into the water under the boat. You have lost complete line of sight on him. You don't know where he is.
I was asking because he was prone. That's all.
Oh yeah. He used his half movement, but
Okay. I'm
he had
going
some extra.
to. You said it was a bonus action to light up one of the.
Like if you
Yeah,
like
just,
to get out your javelin or whatever.
There's still fighting happening on the ship, by the way.
There's still one Charlie.
I have 1 health.
Fair enough.
So I am going to bonus action light one of my javelins and aim for the mainsail.
Okay. Let's see. Anywhere in particular on the mainsail?
Probably like the middle, close to the mast.
That was gonna be a disadvantage.
All right.
They are. They're still.
15 feet closer, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That's still at disadvantage because
Okay.
of the -10 off of his range, because it's 20 is within his effective range. That would bring it down to 25, so it's just outside of his effective range because of the tar.
Well, wait, no. Those masts hang over the side of their ship if you wanted to just throw it at the edge of the at the edge of the sail.
Mhm.
Unless they're 15 feet up.
Ping it. Like it's right.
It's fine. Does a 16 hit?
Yeah, I'll say 16 hits. It's a heavier thing, so it's not like hitting and sticking, but it's hitting in there and kind of like hanging off. Let's see here. I'm not super. Oh, there's my other detail. Okay. You do see a flame starting to catch after that javelin kind of sinks in there. It starts to lick up on that edge of it.
And then I'm definitely not running, but you know, I'm tactically moving behind right. Yeah.
You're getting over by the mast.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. 1 second. Yeah. That's where I will end my turn.
All right. Spellcaster. Disappears from line of sight. Just rest of the way you could barely see the top of her hair curls. Those of you that are not super short, disappearing the rest of the way down those stairs. Which is gonna be her turn. Which brings us to their turn.
Conan, get down.
They're gonna start firing at the captain. These two guys that are down here are gonna make all their attacks at the captain. Which, let me check his AC so we can call this pretty quick. Or these two anyway are gonna take their shots at the captain. 12, 13, 15. That's a miss. That's a hit. For max damage. 1, 9. That was their 2 attacks. His 2 attacks miss. That's a hit. These guys are very, very wishy-washy. 3, 6. Let's see. 2 arrows sink into the captain while a couple miss. He's just kind of grunting it and going backwards. A crossbow bolt is coming towards you, Gloob. Which...
Counter spell.
I feel like there's some bitterness about the counter spells in here.
No, I always say counter spell.
Counter spell. That misses with a 14. Comes in and you just kind of are ducking down, using your small frame to your advantage. The four that are over here taking their shots at the 2 dwarves that are currently mostly melted. That's a miss. That actually might hit them. That just misses them. That one definitely hits. That kills one dwarf. Other, just hits and kills the other dwarf. These two dwarves trying to do their damnedest to not be in the way and to get shit done. Both, unfortunately, as 4 arrows come flying through, each take one kind of in the chest or other torso area and collapse, bleeding out onto the deck. Which brings us to their melee guys. Their melee guys are letting their ranged dudes do the work and all begin scattering around the deck, like hoisting sails and stuff. I'm not going to go into all of it, but they all scattering around and beginning to make make happen the things that need to happen to get the ship moving again. Which brings it to the captain. Captain doesn't have any ranged weapons and just continues to begin to bellow to his men, basically a mixture of "Get us out of here and light them on fire!" Brings us to these guys. We actually got to do a head count for who actually still has range weapons left. I'm just good for easy math. We're gonna say about half these dwarves have ranged weapons, and so they are all kind of like dipping, like lighting on fire and just trying to get shots off while arrows are whizzing back their way. That hits. It catches in another area, kind of burning away at a section of the ship, of the wooden ship. That rolled really well. However, I'm gonna give him 2 since that was the roll. Okay, that one burying itself in the wood and kind of fizzling out, not seeming to catch. He also has a crossbow, so we're gonna give him an attack. That's gonna hit. Not seeming to take either. I can't. Which one is which? Alright, you're here, you're here, you're here. These two are the ones that had range stuff. They're in the middle of shit. These guys that were all kind of melee start rapidly like hauling ass. Like one is running up here to get shit going over here. This one starts running over this way to get other shit. And this one's kind of running up this way. You got these two right here. The guy right in front of the chef, who they have crossbows and they're trying to get them shits lit and trying to take more pot shots off. These guys over here on the side are desperately trying to kill this fucking creature. That'll actually hit because his AC fucking blows. That's max damage. Oh, son of a bitch. That's a miss. Oh, son. God damn it, guys. I'm throwing shit. That's also a miss. That's 2. 2 more. Fucking natural 20. 6. 8 more points damage on him. And his buddy gets to roll an attack. He hits as well. God fucking shit. I'm throwing my dice from way too high up. These dwarves over here are just trying to dogpile this monstrosity. As they're like missing some attacks but slicing in everywhere. You see blood that doesn't look quite right. It looks like somebody mixed like dark like ink almost into his blood as it goes spurting everywhere. Bring it to you, Gloob. What are you doing, buddy? Some dwarves are desperately trying to rush around, trying to get themselves away from all this insanity. Others are trying to light parts of that ship on fire. Others are still doing battle on the deck.
Is this on the enemy ship here? Is this area still in fog?
Yes. She has not dropped it yet, so that's still in fogged. Like, you can hear probably some muffled like footsteps up there, but other than that, like, these guys are all over the place as they've started moving around away from battle stations, aside from the ranged units are all still kind of taking pot shots at you guys, I guess, to prevent a counter-boarding offense.
Okay. I am going to step up to the deck, to
Okay.
grabbing my crossbow, light an arrow, and I am not going to aim for a sail. I am going to aim for the boat itself.
Sure. I will go ahead and tell you, some of these shots from those guys that are behind you have hit areas of the ship itself. Some of them seem to be kind of catching a little bit of light. Others have struck and then seem to have like gone too deep into the wood and have fizzled out.
Okay. About these can I aim at the window, into the windows on the side, or those covered windows?
They are covered. It's reasonable to think that you might be able to shoot, like it might be able to pierce through them, but you'd have to try to find out.
Let's try it. If I can get a fire started somewhere they're not at immediately, that could go well for us.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Try to shoot a fiery bolt through the window.
Sure. Make an attack roll.
A natural 1.
Unfortunately, as you go to fire it, it looks like this bolt got coated a little more heavily than some of the others, and so you go to fire it, and you had adjusted your trajectory, but it's almost like you had tied a couple stones to the end as it pulls down, and it hits the it goes into like just at the water line, still kind of sticking into the hull, but missing.
That's it. That's it for me.
Okay.
Oh, let me end my turn. Sorry.
That brings us to this lady, who is now pulling her full attention as people are starting to get other stuff up. You can see her preparing a spell and holding it. And as she does so, I actually don't know if you hold the spell, it doesn't break your concentration because this is except this is not until she casts it. So you see her beginning to like whirling her staff around, and you can feel the wind starting to kind of pick up around you guys as she holds the spell and is screaming at these dwarves to get that anchor up and get these sails unfurled.
Alright.
Bring it back to his turn. He keeps doing his thing, which he has a swimming speed. Kind of coming up over there. 20, 20, 50. Oh, good gracious. Y'all see him come scuttling up the other side of the boat.
Wait, why is Julian in the bottom of the ocean?
Why is Julian in the bottom of the ocean? Julian, why are you in the bottom of the ocean? You get back here, young man!
Off of my turn, so I don't know.
Says I'm very unconscious down here.
Well,
Luckily, you can breathe
well,
water.
We'll retrieve you. And as y'all see him come up the side and swiftly go shooting down the stairs, just as Kithora did, and y'all lose sight of him almost as soon as you see him again.
That guy is so lucky he has a swim speed, because my turn was going to be to bonk that lady on the head and hold person on that motherfucker underwater.
I bet it was. That's not surprising. But
You just sit there, you take in all that water, buddy.
Right. But he goes hauling ass up and down those stairs, like sopping blonde hair wet. You can still see blood running from the wounds in his armor. Bring it to Julian, who unfortunately is still down. Make another death saving throw, my friend. Okay. Alright. Julian's turn. Back to the cultist. He'll get another wisdom save to try to not be a fucking idiot. And he'll roll a natural 20.
Alright.
hissing and like jerking its head over back towards the ship. It pauses for a second, hisses back at the like all the dwarves who all just kind of go, ah. Yeah, they're like, oh jeez, and he's like hopping up onto here, basically doing a similar thing except making a beeline for the ladder that's on the side. He's gonna provoke AOPs from 5 dwarves. That's a hit. 5. He might fucking die here. 11. That's another hit. 79. Oh, he's totally gonna die here. Yep. As it kind of like gets up on the railing to try to dive down into the water, the dwarves all just like and like leap forward and just stab as his body just kind of gets poked full of holes, and it stumbles and its body just goes end over end down, falling into the ocean. Bring it to you, Bart.
I am going to get my buddy Julian back up now that I can reach him.
Alright, Julian, does he get you back up, buddy?
What you using like magic?
Yeah.
Alright. Well,
Okay. That sounded a lot like 2 failed death saving throws to me. Oh my god. Julian, I don't know where your token went, my man.
He's under the boat.
Yeah, he's under
I
the water.
got him. I don't know
Yeah.
how you got up here, but you did. Or got down
There's
there.
a couple of things under there while I was exploring. There's some candles and a
Yeah.
halfling with a bucket.
Some of that shit may have been done on accident, but I make no guarantees, nor do I make any apologies.
You got 2. I just shoved some good berries in there.
Just eat the fucking good berries! Okay.
That's my action. Bonus action is whoever looks like they might be trying to stop that javelin from burning more, I'm gonna smack them with a fucking with spiritual weapon.
There are people moving all around. There's a couple that seem to have noticed it, and it's like one of this halfling pair seems to be going to climb up the mast to make a run for that. Okay, make
It's a 17 hit.
Yeah, 17 will hit him.
Hopefully it'll knock them off. 11 points of force damage.
I mean, I'll give them to make sure they don't fall. Like that was a sizable chunk of damage, so at least like they're gonna have to not just get completely fuckerinoed.
Right, of course.
Yeah, that was a good roll. So they get smacked, and it kind of like reels as they're going up the ladder, but is able to just keep on climbing.
Okay.
All right.
That's my turn, I think. Well, I'll probably move closer over here and try to start getting stuff ready to save any other dwarves that I can that are in that area. That's my turn. Oh, yep. Sorry.
All right. What you doing, Jakob? You would not be able to get back into cover if you go all the way up to the railing. Not if you're making an attack.
No. That's what.
That man was like,
Meat shields are for.
That's what are?
That's what meat shields are for.
Okay. All right.
I will move up, light another javelin, and aim for. I mean, it's gonna be a disadvantage anyways, so. Yeah.
I mean, if you throw out something within 20 feet, remember the ship is 15 feet closer to you than it measures. So you could chuck it at that side of the. It's not hard to hit because it's not currently moving. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'll throw it at the one that I'll get my normal throw at.
Sure.
That is a 21.
Yeah, definitely hits. So.
And then I will take my
It's
10
still.
feet of movement to go right here.
Yeah. So that one doesn't catch like the other one did. It's still smoldering up there, and it hasn't fallen out. but it did not immediately catch. Is that gonna be it for your turn?
Yep.
Y'all can't see what the fuck she's doing down there, so we're just gonna skip over her. Which brings us back to them. As is tradition, we're gonna go back to their ranged individuals, who are going to split their attacks between the people that are shooting at their stuff. So these two dwarves and those three dwarves and yourself, Jakob.
All right.
So we're gonna start off.
You went prone behind him, Yakum. Take cover behind the dwarves.
They're just kind of snapping. The first two are gonna come at you because they're snapping at you as you're trying to run, and you are very clearly injured. That's a 3, so that misses. It's a 7, that misses. Both those shots, just one careening off and one like pinging off of your shoulder plate and going careening off. Another 2 at the two doors farther in front. That's 19. 7, 10 points of damage. And that's a 14. 7, 10 points of damage. One of the dwarves in this front pair goes down. Crossbow bolt coming at the chef. Misses, just slamming into the deck next to his feet. Bring us to these guys over here, who are just. Bart, did we lose you to the ocean as well?
Nope, I moved up.
Oh, okay, there you are. I can't see you among all the midgets. So this guy's lost to the ocean, but goodbye. So he just goes off the side. Taking these two guys taking their 4 shots at those doors in the front.
No.
18. 1. Unfortunately, that is enough to finish off the last guy from this pair, because one of his buddy had already died. Another shot going at the other dude who's a singular in his pair. That is a crit for really shitty damage, so he's still up. Son of a fucking whore. God damn it. I promise I'm trying to wrap this up, guys. If at any point y'all would like to not actively try to fight these guys, let me know. So 18,
I'm good to
1, 3.
just kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just gonna keep being a bit more monotonous. They're basically keep shooting at you because y'all are keep shooting at them. One more dwarf dies. If y'all kind of are calling everybody to like just get the fuck out of here, they're gonna kind of do the same. They're now trying to put out multiple fires on their ship, so they need all hands on deck. After it looks like y'all are kind of pulling back from y'all's returning fire back and forth, their archers and crossbowmen kind of drop what they're doing and come hauling ass, starting to put out fires and also hauling on rigging and shit.
Well, so I don't want to drag this session out super long, but I was also going to try and sink their boat.
You are welcome to try. You have now been unconscious. This boat is getting ready to start moving.
Well, I was going to use my Eldritch Blast with the pole to tear off.
Chunks of the ship?
Huh?
You're trying to do that with chunks of the ship when you just got up from being unconscious? You want to chase them down that bad?
I mean, we're currently still right next to them, and it takes several minutes to
Yeah,
get
I know.
moving again.
I'm just saying they're starting to get moving. Like they're for the sake of brevity, they're starting to move. You're gonna try to chase down their ship and sink it. I just okay.
Without sails, they're not going to be going anywhere.
They don't have not sails.
Well, that's
Right,
why
that's
I
what
was
he's
going to try and
He's
pull
trying
off
to
their
use
sails.
Eldritch Blast.
Oh, you're trying to pull their sails.
Yes.
Okay.
Their sails are going to be mounted to a point, and I'm trying.
Oh
to
yeah,
use
yeah.
Eldritch
If you
Blast
wanna,
to those
yeah,
points.
sure. If as your what remains of your dwarven crew, and whoever is helping them tries to get y'all's much larger ship under sail, just go ahead and make a couple of attacks, and we're just gonna kind of extrapolate off of those. It's not hard.
How many do you want me to roll?
Just go ahead and roll 2.
All right. That will be a 22.
That
and-
hits. Mostly just roll damage for me. This is a mostly
just roll
sitting
damage.
target. Yeah.
Oh shit. A 7 and a 5.
7 and 5, and unfortunately I said the archer guys started peeling off because of the fact that y'all were no longer returning fire. One of the pairs does not because you were still doing something. So you're going to get, some of your Eldritch Blasts off. They're just going to get some retaliatory attacks, okay?
Okay. And
That's a 23 to hit. Oh, that's the wrong die. So the first shot that hits you is for 10 points of piercing damage.
I'm down again.
Okay, so you're able to get off 2 of your Eldritch Blasts that rip off some of the rigging on one of the sails, but almost immediately after that, an arrow comes sailing through and just slams into you and knocking you back into unconsciousness.
I'm going to drag him
For
downstairs.
brevity and roleplay purposes, we will say when healed, I stay unconscious for a little.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna say,
drag him
yeah,
downstairs.
like you said, he's trying to get y'all the fuck out of here. He grabs you, brings you downstairs. You get another good berry. You get brought back to 1 HP, absolutely fucking exhausted. The rest of you are manically trying to get this boat moving, as is the captain and what remains of the crew.
Yeah, as we wrap up, I'm just gonna. I don't even think it gives any benefit for upcasting it, but I'm gonna have to use a second level spell slot to cast Goodberry to try to see if I can get all the dwarves up that aren't too melted or super dead.
The ones that were melted are very dead.
Right. But I know that there was a lot up here where I was at that just got taken down by arrows or just got shot and stuff like that. So I was trying to get those back up.
Right. Let's see here. We're just gonna kind of give it a little bit of a. That guy's dead. That guy's alive. That guy's dead. That guy's dead. And that guy's alive. And we're gonna say one more of them. That guy's dead. You're able to save 2. Others are bled out, completely fucking you can see the electricity exploded veins all across their body as various and sundry shit.
Okay.
But we're gonna kind of get to not absolutely fucking insane music, because holy Jesus, we get back to the haunted ruins.
Same music for 3 hours.
Yeah. I am very sorry this went so long. By the way, guys, I know it's a Monday. I could not see a possibly even vaguely good stopping point in the middle of that. So I will go ahead and preemptively say that's a thorn of mine. But over the next few minutes, y'all drag Julian's really wanting to continue this fight body downstairs. Y'all are able to get the ship moving even with such a reduced size of crew. And Bart is able to save a couple of the dwarves that were downed outside of melting. Their ship gets going a bit faster than yours, as they took much fewer casualties and they have a smaller ship, and they start to peel off even as y'all are just starting to barely move forward. And as that happens and you look at the dead, as at this point more than half of the crew lies dead in some shape, form, or fashion. Julian is just barely conscious and alive. Jakob is barely up, and just it is hellish looking aboard the deck of this ship, but y'all have prevailed, and that is where we will end tonight's session. Holy fucking God. Holy shit. Okay, thank y'all so much for persevering through that insanity, as I know that was a very, very long fight. Thank everybody who was in the chat who stuck around so much for sticking around through that fight. That was nuts. It was also a lot of fun. Everybody remember, go support Extra Life, do our shit. They deserve it. It's for the kids. If you don't want to do things for the kids, what's your deal? But I'm gonna put us on to raid somebody real quick. I know I'm just gonna keep Chatterino in right here as we go. So I'm so sorry I am struggling to click on buttons, but I had a really fun time tonight. I hope everybody else had a really fun time tonight. And we're gonna raid who's live right now. We're not gonna raid Critical Role with 14K. We're gonna raid Osworn RPG, our buddies over there. Go say hi to them. Say Hard Knock Dice said hello. And give them the TTRPG community some love, and come back, see us Wednesday, see us Saturday, see us next Monday. Bye!